Hello, and welcome to Virtual Concert Hall's live programs. Thank you for joining us this evening. Our channel is dedicated to bringing live performances and many other musical events from international artists from around the whole world. We deliver them directly to the audiences around the globe. I'm Ouspenskaya, I'm a pianist, and I will be hosting today's program for you. Today we're continuing with the sessions dedicated to the auditions, which are organized in order to select musicians for the Carnegie Hall performance, the Gala concert, which is scheduled at the Weill Recital Hall of Carnegie Hall for November 21st. The Carnegie Hall auditions are organized by Sound Espressivo, progressive musicians, and virtual concert halls. Auditionees from many countries are seeking guidance during those sessions and support from the judges. The judges will be commenting live immediately after each performance, and you'll see and hear those comments today. Now, who are the presenters? Sound Espressivo Global Competition is an online live-streamed competition. It combines competitive environment and live performance experience for all, for performers and for the audience. Progressive Musicians is an organizer of many competitive events and concerts and at prestigious venues, including Carnegie Hall. Virtual Concert Halls is an internet TV broadcasting company providing artists with virtual stage experience, with the ability to reach audiences beyond the walls of conventional concert halls. Now, what are the Carnegie auditions? The goal of these auditions is to encourage, to nurture, and to reward musicians who are being proactive about sharing their art and developing their skills and careers. Sound Espressivo and progressive musicians together are providing these opportunities for musicians to discover their unique artistic voice, to take charge of their presence, to present themselves on their own terms, and to carve their own career paths.
Progressive Musicians and Sound Espressivo is hosting live auditions for our Laureate Gala recital at Carnegie Hall this fall. Don't miss your opportunity to receive a professional video recording of your live performance on this world-renowned stage.
As you can see from these short clips from previous performances of winners at the Carnegie Weill Recital Hall, there are a large variety of participants, soloists of different instruments and ensembles. And this year for these auditions, we were very lucky to be able to add an opportunity for the soloists to also apply to perform concerti with a New York Chamber Players Orchestra. So it's going to be a real feast concert which is dedicated to showcasing musicians of different styles, of different ages, and variety of music presentations. We are also very happy to present an additional award, which was generously sponsored for us by iClassical Academy, which is a company based in Switzerland and in Italy. It's dedicated to music education, and it provides enormous library and access to master classes by renowned artists from the past century. And a lot of courses are focused on particular aspects of musical performance, stage presence, technical aspects, literature, music literature, and a lot of variety. So iClassical Academy is generously providing recognition awards to participants of these auditions. Now let's take a look at what is actually happening this weekend. This is our third session of 3 and the last session of this first year of auditions. For the whole weekend, we've been hearing from applicants, for auditionees, from candidates. And today we'll hear vocal candidates, guitar and violin candidates, and large ensembles who are participating in these auditions. Now, we already heard from many candidates who applied for performance of concerti. If you're interested in this audition and the other one, which was on Friday, please go to our channel and see the previous videos. They are ready for the replays. And of course, we would like to ask our audience to subscribe to our channel and see if you like more of our programs. We bring musicians from around the whole world with a large variety of musical presentations. It's a feast of classical music. That's what Virtual Concert Halls is providing to you. And now I would like to invite on the virtual stage our judges for today. And I'll start by introducing pianist and conductor James Welch. He's joining us from Buffalo, New York. Welcome, James, back to the session.
Thank you. It's great to be back here.
James is a performer. He is a winner of many international competitions. He is an educator with a large class of students who graduated and still study with him. He's a conductor. He's also a musical entrepreneur and a director of Progressive Musicians, our collaborator of those auditions and the Gala concert in New York. And next, I would like to invite on our virtual stage Daniel Ihasz. Welcome to our program, Daniel. You're a lyric baritone. Welcome. Great to see you and have you on our program.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
Daniel, you're a winner again of many competitions. I'm not going to start listing. You're a full professor at the State University of New York at Fredonia. For the past 2 years, you served as an interim director for the School of Music, and previously you served as the chair of the vocal studies. Not to make our vocal applicants too worried about you being strict. You're a very nice and caring person, so expect the comments to be very encouraging and very helpful, constructive. You were awarded the State University of New York Chancellor's Award for Excellence in Teaching, and you performed with numerous orchestras at most prestigious festivals in many operatic roles and concert appearances. What an honor to have you with us. I wish I was a singer and could get your comments, but I have no voice for that. So, and now I would like to start introducing our auditionees, the contestants for this performance on the Carnegie Hall stage. So we will start with the vocal applicants, age group 8 to 10 years old, and welcome on stage the first auditionee, Pin Jen Chen.
Cool.
Bravo, bravo, bravo. What an angelic voice. Beautiful. Thank you. And now to the judges.
Well, that was really quite something. What a beautiful presentation you made, and pure, beautiful, clear tones. I really liked that a lot. That was good, very good. You have excellent intonation as well. That was wonderful to hear. I think the phrasing was also quite good, and especially for a young person to manage all of those phrases in one breath. I would make one comment to be careful of breathing in the middle of a word. Languisce is one word, so sometimes I think you may have taken a breath there, but otherwise it was really quite wonderful, and I enjoyed your emotional connection to the piece.
Bravo! Yeah, I mean, singing in Italian at that age, and so clearly, and that's really, really commendable. Yeah, keep up the great work, and I look forward to hearing you in the second tier.
Thank you very much, judges. Thank you. Pinjan Chen, this was wonderful beginning for our program. We'll be moving on to the next participant in the same age group. The virtual stage is all yours, introducing YUNG-HSUAN LEE.
Saper Vorreste du che si veste quando riposa chi pur nascosa Ouspenskaya
dancing and singing? How do you keep your breath from running out? That's incredible. Thank you for this beautiful, beautiful presentation. Now to the judges.
Well, I'm so very impressed. That's quite an aria for a young person, and I thought you did it quite well. I enjoyed the costume and the mask, considering this aria comes from Un ballo in maschera. And it was clear to me that you understood what you were singing about, which is very important if you're going to communicate to an audience. And so what a great start you have on that. I loved your high notes. They were really amazing. And I think you have a lot of potential there. I also hear that vibrato is coming in your voice, and that's a great thing. You don't want to have it too soon, but as a young person, if you're doing the right things, it happens naturally. And it seems that's exactly what you're doing. So I really applaud you for that, and great presentation.
Bravo. Yeah, I mean, such a difficult piece, and at your age, I mean, that's very commendable, and keep up the good work. I love the dress and the costume too. It was really neat. Yeah, I look forward to hearing you in the second tier.
Yes, wonderful dress. And what I loved so much is you looked like you're so comfortable in this really, really stage dress. You kind of live with it. Beautiful, elegant. We'll be moving on to our next presenter. Just reminding that we're moving on to the next age group, ages 15 to 18. And we have a live performance here from Callista Case. Welcome on virtual stage, Callista. It's all yours.
I've been running through rains and the wind that follows after for one certain face and an unforgotten laughter. I've been following signs. I've been searching through the lands for a certain pair of arms and a certain pair of hands. Yes, I tried a kiss here, and I tried a kiss there. For when you're out in company, the boys and girls will pair. But it never was you. It never was anywhere you. An occasional sunset reminded me, or a flower hanging high on a tulip tree, or one red star alone in the west, or a heartbreak call from the meadowlark's nest, made me think for a moment, maybe it's true. I found you in the star, in the call, in the blue, but it never was you. It never was anywhere Über Wiesen und Felder ein Knabe ging, kein Knabe schlug ihm das ewig im Schritt. Klang, schlug ihm das Herz, lang gelang die Blume mit. Klang, schlug ihm das Herz. Über Wiesen und Felder mit Frühlingswind, über Berge und Wälder mit Frühlingswind, im Herzen mir innen weht Frühlingswind, wie treibt zu dir mich leise Lied, Klang, schlug ihm das Herz. Zwischen Wiesen und Feldern ein Mädel stand. Klang, schlug ihr das Herz, hielt über die Augen zum Schauen die Hand. Klang, schlug ihr das Herz, über Wiesen und Felder, über Berge und Wälder zum Meer, zum Meer. Schnell kommt ihr her, schlug ihr das Herz. Thank you.
Bravo. Bravo. And this is our first actual live performance.
Yay!
The first one, yeah. The musicians had an option to either send a video or sing live for this first tier. So we actually get to interact with you, which is great. And this is the 15 to 18 age category. But how old are you?
I'm 18.
18. Wonderful, wonderful. And are you getting ready for colleges?
Yeah, I just started my first year actually.
Oh, you just start. Oh,
Yeah, I'm just like a month in right now.
wow. Where are you at?
I'm at NYU, New York University, but I'm actually there for musical theater.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great. Well, I'm gonna let Daniel give his comments.
Well, Callista, I am so impressed. You sang so beautifully. I have lots of little comments for you, but I'll start with the viol first. I really thought you delivered such a beautiful, natural, easy performance of that piece. I've heard it now several times, and one of my favorite performances of Julie Andrews. And you reminded me of her a little bit. And I just thought it was just so pleasant to hear. Your delivery of it, the way you sang it, beautiful high tone at the end. It was so nice. Very, very well done. I feel like I understand that you have some musical theater in your background because you can act and sing at the same time, which is important for everybody, classical or musical theater. I taught both. And so I really like the fact that you are connected to your pieces, and that delivery was natural too. The acting seemed like it was really coming from within you and not forced at all. I just really loved it a lot. I thought that I wondered if you had some musical theater in your background when you started to sing. And I thought, well, it's a classical competition, so I'm not really sure. But what was even more impressive was when you switched to classical, how you handled the German so well. Your pronunciation is quite good.
Thank you.
I think you captured the essence of that piece as well. It's so fun. You're,
Yeah.
Young and Lovin. I just thought that you managed all of that so well. All of the text as well. I mean, there's a lot of words there, and I thought you managed all of it beautifully, and it was engaging the entire while. I'll just say that oftentimes younger singers who sing in a foreign language that's not their native tongue or they have studied it, they get caught up in listening to their voice, but they forget to communicate. that didn't happen to you at all in this piece. You were engaging the entire wall. So my hat's off to you. Congratulations to you. And good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, bravo. I mean, it was just really a wonderful performance and presentation all around, and I couldn't say that any better than my colleagues. I really look forward to hearing you in the second tier and hearing what comes out of that. You're very well prepared, and keep up the great work.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, our next performer is Elisa Rossetti.
Wonderful presentation. Thank you for bringing this. I just wanted to take a quick moment to show the appreciation from our audience. We have a lot of people watching these programs, and a few of them sent their warmest wishes and their comments to the performers. Thank you, Arnie Slater, for joining us and for commenting. And I would like to encourage everyone who is watching this program, please feel free to add your comments to whatever platform you're using. The chats are open for everyone, and we'll bring your comments on stage. It's really important for musicians to feel your presence, to feel the response, and to feel you behind the screens and all the technology, the real people. And now to the judges.
Well, Alyssa, that was really something. I really loved your singing of that aria. And I thought you made such beautiful, pure, clear tones, excellent intonation. Those are all very important things, but you managed that very, very well. I loved your dress. Perfect, very sparkly, exactly what the Countess would wear. Good. I'm also thrilled that you didn't move around a lot, even though it's an aria and it comes from a staged work, of course. But that aria is somewhat static in a sense, and so it doesn't really call for a lot of moving around. And I've seen people sort of ruin the mood by doing that. But you did very well, and I really appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much.
Yeah, bravo. You know, my thoughts exactly that was the perfect dress for the Countess. And, you know, sparkly and glittery and everything. Yeah. But really nice presentation. I enjoyed listening to you and hope to hear you again. Well, look forward to hearing you again. I will hear you again in the second tier. Keep up the good work.
Wonderful. I love how singers are very much aware of their appearance. I think we instrumentalists should take a note of that, because it is, after all, a stage presentation. The dress and how you move around needs to be in sync with the music, and this was so beautiful to see in your performance, Elisa. Thank you. We'll be moving on to the next performer, and that's another next group for adult amateur musicians. And let me tell you, some of adult amateur musicians will give 10 miles ahead to some professionals. So looking forward very much to this performance by Adriana Zarzu. The stage is all yours.
Campana
like I was in the opera all over again. Wonderful. Now to the judges.
Wow, that was really something. I'm almost speechless. When the word amateur comes up, you wonder what you're going to hear. But can I just tell you, that is one of the most beautiful voices I've heard in a long time. I love the core tone quality that you make. You have a great balance of what we teachers sometimes call chiaroscuro, where it has sort of a bright quality and a dark quality mixed together. I felt like you had a really good balance of that throughout your entire range. Oftentimes, younger singers or maybe less experienced singers or amateur singers don't have all of those elements together, but you really nailed that, and I thought it was really quite good. What a wonderful piece. When you started to sing, all I could think of was my favorite recording of this. There are a number of them. I love Renee Fleming's recording of it, but Maria Callas, I love that recording, and it sort of reminded me of that in the beginning. So great job, and best wishes to you.
Yeah, bravo. That was really wonderful. Great sound, great presentation, wonderful preparation. And I should point out, as somebody who spent most of the pandemic making accompaniment tracks for singers, it is, no matter how good you make a track for someone, you can never predict exactly what they're going to do and what liberties you're going to take. It's almost like you're dictating their liberties to them, but I mean, and which makes it difficult to sing with if you don't have somebody who's knows exactly what you want to do with the song. And so I mean, I could hear how there was a little bit of that issue to fight with, but I mean, it didn't throw you. You stayed with it, and you made the best of it, and that in itself, and still staying calm and singing that well on top of it, just shows how wonderfully prepared you were. So, bravo.
Yes, wonderful preparation. What an accomplished voice, accomplished artistry. Incredible. We'll be moving on to the next presenter of this group. And this will be a professional group of professional singers. Welcome on virtual stage, Marie-Claire Girard.
Je les vois.
Incredible! And it's a live performance. What a wonderful performance. What a great voice. Now to the judges.
Well, that was really something special. I remember doing that opera here at our university a number of years ago, and I have an affinity for Offenbach and Les Contes d'Hoffmann. So really quite wonderful. I really enjoyed the rich, warm quality of your mature voice. Just sounds great. Beautiful control, all the phrasing, just done so well. I thought your performance was also very engaging. Clearly, you kept the audience from breathing, I think. It was really quite good, and I'm just so very impressed, and congratulations to you.
Really wonderful job. Marie Claire is one of our progressive musicians alum, and I first heard her, I think, a year ago. Yeah, when we did the festival competition, and I remember you singing in the master class. You were singing. There was a song from Sunset Boulevard. The title leaves me now, but I remember what you sounded like then, and you are a completely different singer since then, for the better, for the great. I mean, this is just remarkable work that you've done in the last year. Congratulations to you. It makes me so happy to see how much people are just moving forward and always improving upon themselves, and it is just great. I really look forward to your second tier performance.
Thank you so much. Thank you, performers of this group of the singers. And before we part our ways for hopefully for just a short time with Daniel, I want to thank you so much for being our honored guest judge for this section, and for extending your warmth and your welcoming comments to the participants. I think it sounded like you were mostly giving praises, but if you were giving praises like that to me, I would see a lot of constructive criticism in there, because what we do well is so important to continue to do that same way. And you're a wonderful judge. I really, really appreciate your approach to commenting that way, because I really would like not only know what I'm doing poorly, but I really would like to, as an artist, to know what I'm doing well. That's extremely important, because that's our golden nuggets, which we take into our next project, into our next performance. Thank you, Daniel, so much for
Thank you
joining
so
us.
much.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Yes, and we'll see you again soon. And now, before we move on to the next section of our auditions, I would like to recap real quick and remind everyone that you're watching Carnegie Hall auditions. These are auditions which are designed to give musicians an opportunity to compete for slots to perform in the Weill Carnegie Hall Gala, which will be happening in New York City at the Carnegie Hall on November 21st. We'll have soloists, instrumentalists, singers, large and small ensembles, and we'll have New York Chamber Players Orchestra performing concerti with soloists who applied to perform with that group. So, and we're in the third session. We're giving a little break to our crew and everyone to reset a little bit, because we'll be moving on to the next group of guitarists, and we have a distinguished judge in here. But before we move on, I would like to also look ahead a little bit. There's a lot prepared in the season and the next auditions, and we would like you all to take a look at the information. The next auditions are the call orchestra auditions, which are inviting musicians to apply to perform concerti and arias and sections from cantatas with Western New York Chamber Orchestra. Those concerts are happening in February, and Western New York Chamber Orchestra will be welcoming musicians performing full concerti, just movements of a concerto, duets, arias, a variety of music. We are inviting instrumentalists, vocalists, wind instrumentalists, pianists, of course, and every string instrument, including guitar. Please take a look at the website and at the announcement of those auditions. You will be going through the same process as what you're seeing now. You'll apply, you will participate in the live broadcast, where you'll get immediate live feedback from our very distinguished and accomplished judges. It's really important for musicians to hear immediate feedback. Music lives in a moment, so that momentary feelings and suggestions which the judges are sharing with you can be taken as guidance for your next performances. Also, I would like to remind everyone that we were very honored and very happy to receive a very generous gift from our Classical Academy, a company based in Switzerland and Italy and dedicated to providing very valuable materials, master classes, courses and lectures for musicians who are striving to extend, expand, and perfect their art. There are master courses and master classes from most renowned artists of our generation. So the iClassical Academy is providing and sponsoring recognition awards for participants of those auditions, and that applies to the people who are auditioning for the Carnegie Hall Gala and for those who will apply for call orchestra auditions. And finally, I would like to take a quick look at the upcoming season for Sound Espressivo and virtual concert halls. We have a very full season coming up, and just in a short week and a half, we'll be presenting winners of the Sound Espressivo competition 2021, and you'll hear tremendous talent and extraordinary musicians from around the world performing on the virtual stage live. Those will not be pre-recorded performances. They will be live performances presented to you in the moment, and you'll hear also interviews with those artists. You will hear the news, their aspirations, their struggles, challenges, and how they handle all of those. And now, back to our auditions. I would like to introduce our very accomplished and a wonderful judge who has been with us for several auditions and competitions already. He is a guitarist. Welcome on our virtual stage, Pierre Beaudry. You're joining us from Canada, Pierre, right?
Yeah, from Quebec,
From Quebec.
near Montreal. Hello,
Wonderful.
it's really nice to meet you again.
Yes, wonderful to
Welcome.
have you back. Welcome to
Thank
the
you.
auditions. You're a performer, a really accomplished performer. You're performing all over the world, and you're critically acclaimed expert in Baroque, modern, and avant-garde guitar music. It's incredible how you were able to really incorporate all of that repertoire. Most of the time people are focusing on one aspect or one period. You're a versatile musician. You're also faculty of Tiziana Rossetti International Music Academy based in Switzerland. I don't know how you split your time between all of those continents, but you do. And of course, you're a winner of some of the most prestigious competitions and recipient of many grants from Quebec Arts Council. And we are truly honored to have you as our honorable guest judge for these auditions. Thank you for extending your expertise to the auditionees.
It's my pleasure, and I'm very happy to judge a guitarist this time. It's
Yes.
very exciting. It's very exciting.
Yes, and we hope more guitarists will learn about those auditions and will apply. We feel that a guitar world has been a little bit underserved by the international stages and competitions. I think there's so many incredible guitarists, and people just need to hear those artists.
It will. They will come with time, I'm sure. It's already
Yes.
better this year, and there might be guitarists also in the concerto competition. So
Yes.
last year there were 2 guitarists, now 4, and maybe more. And so it will come with time. It has to. Yeah, I think it's very important.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, James Welch, I will just introduce you, James, a little bit again for those who are joining our broadcast a little bit later. James is a pianist and a conductor. He is based in Fredonia, upstate New York. It's a great place, really close to Niagara Falls. I love it. And James is also a producer. He is a conductor and staging operas and Broadway shows and producing concerts. His company, Progressive Musicians, is the partner of Virtual Concert Halls and Sound Espressivo in producing these auditions, and the Carnegie Hall Gala. So now, dear judges, are you ready for our next performers?
Let's do it.
Of course.
Let's do it. Moving on to the guitars. And we start with the age group 8 to 10. Welcome on stage, Catalina Wirth. Thank you so much for this beautiful performance. I love guitar and the subtleness and the elegance of it. Okay, to the judges.
Yeah, very beautiful. Catalina, you already have a strong left hand. Your bars are good. Uh, and you are very sensitive and very calm also and relaxed. What I would like to say is you should start working on the vibrato with the left hand on the melody, and also your melody should be twice as loud as the rest of the notes. So you should work on that, and that's what's really difficult with guitar when there are chords and things like that. You must be the melody must be very independent from the other notes, so it must really come out. And also, I think you play in the middle of the rosace, this part. I think you should play to the right of it to have more sound. And also, I think you should try to learn playing sul ponticello. It means that you go towards the bridge to change the tone color, and the opposite sul tasto when you want to play softer. So, in other words, your right hand should be moving more to change the tone color, especially when you play a second time the same thing. So that's what I would have to say. Otherwise, it's very nice, and keep going. It's a very nice piece too, and I know it's not an easy piece. Congratulations.
Bravo! It was so nice to hear such a soothing piece and played so well, and you have such a nice presentation about your playing already at such a young age, and I look forward to hearing you in the second tier.
Thank you so much, Catalina, for this calm and soothing performance. It takes a lot of practice for the artists to communicate the calmness of the piece. It's we get nervous when we perform, so it's easier to perform a piece which is full of nerve-wracking passages in a way than something so smooth and so calm. Wonderful. We'll be inviting on stage our next performer, next auditionee. That's the next age group as well, 11 to 14, a guitarist, Sonia Vert. Welcome on virtual stage. you're getting a standing ovation. To the judges now.
Hello, Sonia. Congratulations. You have a good level for your age, and I liked it. The Scarlatti, there was a clear balance between treble and basses, and that was good. What I really noticed though is your barré. When you do the barrés, you're going too much on the fret, and then you're losing sound. You must really look very, very carefully at your finger that it never goes over the fret, just next to it. Otherwise, you're losing sound. So you must really work on that, because I can see it and I can hear it. So that's very important that you work to correct that. But of course, I know it's very difficult, and that's Scarlatti piece has a lot of ballets. And I think you should breathe more between the parts, the section of that sonata, and give more emphasis on the trebles and the when it gets really intense in some parts. Now, for the study number 12, I played that many times in concert, and I know it's an extremely difficult piece. And what I have to say, what you have to you play it quite well technically, but you must do something musical out of it, because it's too much the same. So you must really make it. You must think about the audience, and that you're not playing like you know. It's like great studies like Chopin. You must make music out of that, and that's the most important thing. But I know it's a complicated one. That last study. What I have to say also is that the technique, the left hand, when you get into the treble, there's not enough sound, because it's much easier to slide in the upper position, lower position. But when you get in really high position, of course the strings are higher, and then you must really work on absolute precision. All your fingers as near as the frets as possible, and to work on really getting some sound. You must practice very slowly in order to get that. And also at the end, there's you must play faster. There's an indication for the last part that you play faster to bring more attention in the whole piece. And also, your basguado are not in rhythm at the end. You have 2 times 3/4 in sextoles. So you must correct that. It's very important if you do, especially guitar competitions. They're going to know right away that. So you must fix that rhythmical part. Otherwise, congratulations, keep going. You will become a very nice player with that.
Yeah, really nice. I enjoyed hearing you. Sonia is another one of our Progressive Musicians alum that I first heard last year, and I mean, there's been so much progress in the last year. You're really a hard worker, and really dedicated to what you're doing, and that's just wonderful to hear all that progress. And a year is not a lot of time in the music world sometimes, and you've really done a lot. I mean, there's so much more precision, and your tone is brightened up, and yeah, you keep going with all the comments that Pierre has made and what your teacher's telling you to do, and there's going to be some really amazing things happening soon. I look forward to your second tier performance.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sonia, for this great performance. I loved the contrast between the two pieces. The Scarlatti and Villa-Lobos are separated by 300 years. This is wonderful to put them next to each other. Nice choice of the program. We'll be moving. Yeah, go ahead.
I forgot to mention, that Scarlatti piece is originally a piano sonata or a harpsichord. But I've played it many times, and it was really neat to hear it on the guitar.
Yes, indeed. That's really wonderful to hear the piano literature on a different instrument, on the guitar. Great. We'll be moving on to the next, and we have two auditionees in the professional division, two guitarists. So we'll be inviting on virtual stage Anton Machleder. The stage is all yours.
bravo. I mean, it's such a neat piece, a neat work, and to hear such great takes on modern works, and the guitar. I just love listening to the guitar as well. It's a wonderful piece that I had never heard before, and thank you for introducing it. I'm going to let Pierre do his comments first.
Congratulations, Anton. That was really good, and you play really well. You have a very rich sound, and it's very musical. I liked it. There's a couple of things I'd like to say. I think you should work on your vibrato, not the romantical one, but the resonating one. Like, for example, to make you make a vibrato in a way that you will get 40% more sound. And when you do that type of vibrato, also the notes, they last longer, much longer. So I think you should really work on that, because it would really add up to that type of music. And personally, I think this should be you should have a stronger accentuation, especially in the first one, in the first etude. And because this is typical of Bauer, the rhythm is extremely important, and he works a lot with accents, strong accentuation. Also, and maybe you change sound, you move your right hand, but I think it could be even more. And it would be nice if you would explore the sul tasto part for the softer parts, because it would really make a difference of sound. And of course, I don't want to be too. The study number 6. Of course, the problem for a lot of people is that the E open first string comes out more, and because it's open all the time, and so I was hearing that too much. So it would be very nice if you would correct that, play it less loud and have more the inside voices. We can hear more what's going on inside, because this E is repeated like 100 times. So it's open, so it's very easy to play it too loud. So I think you should really listen to that and try to fix that. It will sound nicer. But otherwise, it's really good. It's really good playing. I really like it. Congratulations.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, and it was really nice to hear. It was one thing that maybe I would have liked to hear, just for my taste, is just like a lot of the repeated motives. Like if there was just more contrast of sound and color. It was I liked what you did. I just thought that for my taste I could have used a little bit more of it at times. But I don't know these pieces. I mean, it is really something that I'd look forward to hearing again, and in future programs and all that. And it was really nice to hear you play today, and I look forward to the second tier performance. Okay, so moving on, we have another guitarist, the last one in our professional category, Patrizio Cadena Perez. So welcome to the virtual stage.
What a delightful performance. Just put me in the realm of the gorgeous guitar sound. Thank you so much for performing for us. Now to the judges.
Congratulations, Patricio. That was very, very beautiful. I like very much the video. I like also at the end when you're standing up and leaving. It's cool.
Nice
And
touch.
That was a nice touch.
Yeah, I like that really. Yeah, it's not usual, and it's nice to see. And so I like you playing very much. And of course everybody knows that piece, and the problem is the tremolo on the second string, and you control that extremely well, and you have a very good balance between the treble and the basses, and when there's something happening more in the treble, you make it come out, and in the basses the same. So I like everything. Maybe sometimes a little bit more of breathing at the end of some phrases. So this is romantic music, huh, of course. And also, like for the fourth time again, uh, uh, I think you should work on the vibrato. At the end, you made a vibrato on the chords. It was nice, but I think you should work it in the piece when you go and you jump in higher position. You must make the vibrato, and it's very hard with the tremolo. And also if the guitar is moving a bit, the right hand can suffer, but you should work on that because it will. This is romantic music, and before I was talking about resonating vibrato, having more sound, but now this time it's about really about emotions that are you can highlight more your emotions in especially when it goes in the high pitch position. So that's really the thing I have to say a bit less positive. It's really to work on your vibrato. It will sound really, really fantastic if you add that up to your playing. So congratulations.
That was really wonderful to hear. Another piece that I have never heard before, so thank you for introducing that. This has been really wonderful. The video was well made too. I mean, and the walking away, I mean, that was the greatest effect ever. You captured the whole mood through the whole presentation there, and really appreciated all of that. So I look forward to hearing your second tier. She's back.
Oh, yes. I'm very much looking forward to the second tier. And I want to echo what Pierre was saying. To me, at times, it sounded like two guitarists playing at the same time. It was just so incredibly 3D, gorgeous realm of the sound. Thank you so much for participating and for performing the piece. We are at the end of this section where we were hearing the guitar applicants for this performance at the Carnegie Hall on November 21st. And before we part ways, hopefully for not for long, with a wonderful guitarist from Canada, Pierre Beaudry, I would like to thank you, Pierre, so much for being with us again. You're such a wonderful judge. It's so great to hear your comments. What a pleasure, and thank you for being so generous with your time, expertise, and your warmth towards musicians who are seeking your guidance and your advice. So thank you for being with us, and I would like to encourage all of people who are participating and watching these programs to please go on Sound Espressivo website, and there's a tab there dedicated to our wonderful community of international artists, judges for these auditions. Find the judges for today, and please make sure you learn more about those incredible people. Before we move on to the next section, which is going to be dedicated to violinists, I would like to quickly recap what you're watching if you logged in and started watching us after we made the introduction. These are live auditions for the opportunity for musicians to perform at the Gala concert at the Carnegie Weill Recital Hall, which is happening on November 21st in New York City. If you're going to be in New York City, don't miss this. It's going to be a feast at a whole array of different musicians from different countries with different styles, different instruments, instrumentalists, singers, ensembles, small ensembles, large ensembles. We will have the New York Chamber Players Orchestra participating in this concert and accompanying concerti to the soloists. Just earlier today, we had a session dedicated to musicians who applied to perform with the New York Chamber Players Orchestra, and we heard lots of comments from the music director and the conductor of the orchestra. And right now, we are auditioning soloists, and we just finished the section dedicated to singers and the section dedicated to the guitarists, and we'll be moving on to the violinist. Now, I want to take a quick look at what else is ahead after these auditions. If you're interested in this kind of event where you combine the experience of the virtual stage with a potential to perform in prestigious stages, there's more auditions coming up, and I would like to introduce the Call Orchestra auditions. We're seeking applicants to apply and compete for the opportunity to present concerti, arias, and songs with the Western New York Chamber Orchestra. There are two concerts in Buffalo and Fredonia scheduled in February, and these concerts will be solely dedicated to the winners of these auditions. Of course, we're inviting pianists and violinists and cellists and all string bowed instruments, but not only guitarists are welcome to apply, and we're especially would like to invite singers. Singers seem to shy away from many of those auditions. In the past, there were fewer competitions for singers, but this time we would like to encourage you to find a repertoire suitable for chamber orchestra and to apply. And go to Sound Espressivo website or Progressive Musicians website. These auditions are put together by 4 international organizations. Like I said, Sound Espressivo, Progressive Musicians, also Core Productions from Chicago, and a company in Europe and Asia, Brilliant Talent Discovery Awards. Also, I would like to take a quick peek at the season for Sound Espressivo and virtual concert halls. There is a lot coming up for the 22-23 concert season. And just in a few days, in about a week, we'll be presenting the second of the series of concerts by Sound Espressivo competition winners. As you can see on the screen there, these are the winners who will be presented in those concerts. There's 6 concerts throughout the season. These are brilliant musicians from around the world, and these concerts will be virtual live. These musicians will join our broadcast studio and present their programs live for you. And last but not least, I would like to introduce an award which was generously provided to participants of these auditions by iClassical Academy, the company which is based in Switzerland and Italy, and it's a company which has been in business for over a decade, and it's providing musicians with an incredible collection, a library of master classes, master courses, lectures, and other materials, educational materials for musicians who are advancing their skills and aiming at perfecting their skills as performers. Their courses, their collection of videos are from the most renowned musicians of our time. iClassical Academy is sponsoring recognition awards for participants of our auditions. It applies to the Carnegie Hall Gala auditioners and to those who apply for call orchestra auditions. Thank you very much, iClassical Academy, for your support, for your ongoing help and generosity towards musicians who participate in our events. And now I would like to welcome on stage our distinguished honorable judge for the strings section of these auditions. Please welcome violinist Emil Chudnovsky. Emil, it's such a pleasure to have you back.
Great to be back.
Thank you for finding time on your busy schedule for judging for us tonight. It's Sunday evening, and I would like to just introduce you quickly to our viewers. You are a representative of the grand romantic tradition of the golden age of violinists, and I'm not afraid to say those words because that's who truly you are. So in the past few seasons, you were featured soloist with orchestras in Seoul, Korea, Berlin, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru. I need to start spinning the globe just to find you where you are in the world.
Well, the pandemic has made it easier.
That's true, but still, you appear with orchestras in the US as well, and you recorded albums, including with the St. Petersburg Symphony Orchestra, and you're also an educator with a large and successful studio of wonderful violinists, and you nurture and grow those young people to become wonderful musicians. And of course, you hold a whole huge bag of first prizes in various international competitions. You know what? I'm not going to even attempt to start listing them. It's going to break my tongue, and it's going to take too much time on our airspace.
I won some prizes.
Yes, let's put it this way.
I won some prizes, and some of them weren't even from Cracker Jacks, so that's fine.
Yeah, including twice laureate of Premio Paganini. Yes. And if anyone would like to learn more what's in that incredible biography, please go to soundespressivo.com website and find Emil Chudnovsky among distinguished judges who are providing their wonderful expertise to our auditionees. And again, I would like to mention and present pianist and conductor James Welch. You heard me presenting you, James, many times, but I would like to repeat that for those who are joining us just now. And James, like I said, is a pianist, a winner of many competitions, and also a conductor. And you work with opera, and you work with Broadway shows, and you're a presenter, you're an entrepreneur, and your company, Progressive Musicians, is presenting concerts in many different venues, including Carnegie Hall. And thank you for being with us today, for sharing your expertise, and for being our wonderful partners and friends.
Thank you. It's great to be here and partnered up with you. Just witnessing all this magic today has been great. Well, this whole weekend, and there's still so much more of it to go.
And speaking of magic, I would like to extend our praises and thanks to the magic behind the scenes, to our incredible team of Virtual Concert Hall's producers. These are musicians, professional musicians, who mastered a second set of skills during the pandemic. Pandemic could be turned into something positive. These people managed that. And today, our directors of the show are Frane Rusinovic and Fedor Ouspensky. Bravo, and thank you so much. I was just texting our crew saying, my goodness, it feels like everything is happening on its own. I'm not touching anything on my computer, and everything is just smoothly magically shows up on screen. It doesn't. The magic is in the fingers and fast minds of those incredible musicians, and they responded to me. That just happens because we happen to play a lot of Bach. So multitasking, polyphonic thinking. That's right.
Every subject entrance is on time.
Exactly.
Every exposition is beautifully crafted.
And then when it's not your job, don't touch the switches, right?
Every episode.
That's right. And make sure that theme is in the forefront and that sub-theme is in the, and so forth. That's what it takes.
Yeah, we got a 5-voice fugue going on here.
You mentioned, I wanted to just take a quick beat. You mentioned just a moment ago about, how these amazing musicians who have picked up a second set of skills during the pandemic, they've effectively picked up a second profession. But I was pointing out today to a relatively new student who was asking if I ever do virtual lessons. I said, you caught me, in a good year, because 3 years ago, I had occasionally people would ask, would you consider virtual lessons? And I thought, oh, this is not professional. I can't, take your money if all I do is look at you on screen. And the pandemic has changed everything. Now,
it did.
Fully 2/3 of my studio right now is virtual.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel like if you have a positive outlook on life, there's a lot of doors pandemic opened which we didn't know even existed.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, great to have you with us. And let's move on to our next section. I'm sure the applicants are eager to have their performances presented and to hear your take on their musicianship. We'll start with the youngest age group, 5 to 7, and the first performer will be presenting is Michael Kim. Welcome on virtual stage. my goodness. This is a 5-year-old performer playing with a track. I know what it's like to play with a track. It
All
does
that
not budge.
yeah, all that sensitivity and flexibility of the track that follows you no matter what you do, right?
Yeah, it does. Not to the judges.
Well, first of all, Michael, really, really fine job. I don't know if Michael is currently watching and can hear everything that I'm saying. I hope you can, Michael.
Hope so.
I hope so. If not, then in the replays.
In the replays. So basically what I'd like to point out is after all of the compliments, of which there are many, you have a very fine setup. You have a really good sense of rhythm. I'm just right now starting a new beginning student and finding how difficult it is to just get a kid, a 7-year-old kid, to change bows together with the metronome. And your rhythm was pretty rock solid. Coordination that was very, very good. In spite of if some places you get a little lost, you were really great about finding yourself again, and that's super difficult. So when all of these compliments are said and done, what I think you can really benefit from, because your teacher has done such a great job setting up your left hand, the fingers should be positioned over their respective notes, and yours are, and yet your intonation leaves something to be desired, which is a really nice way of saying that it's not really in tune. So what can you do? I'm sure your teacher will have told you to play scales. It's not enough to play scales. You should play scales like a hunter looking for prey, and your prey are out of tune notes. So don't play a scale because your teacher said so or because your mom said so. Play a scale to see how many out of tune notes you can find. And the more you can find, the fewer out of tune notes you will play. I know that seems really weird, but it's true. Okay. The other thing that I noticed, your sort of sometimes blurriness of fingers. So if you're playing ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, and your fingers roll from one finger to the next, it might sound like you've just been to the dentist. You want it to sound clear. All you got to do is pretend that your fingers, I'm trying to find an angle for my fingers. You have to pretend that your fingers are little boxers with little boxing gloves on the ends, and each boxer throws the strongest punch. So instead of you get da-da-dum. So between cleaning up some intonation things and cleaning up the clarity, I think you would sound not like a 5-year-old, but like a 15-year-old. So there's my 2 cents worth.
You got a lot for that 2 cents. I'll just say, I mean, that was the best bargain all century here.
Well, okay, 30 cents, fine, 30 cents.
Oh, okay. Well, it's still a bargain. But yeah. How about that? Yeah. I really enjoyed hearing you perform, and yeah, I mean, at your age, playing a piece like that and keeping up with a recorded track is not easy at all. And you've definitely raised the bar for your age group in many ways, because it's I mean, people in my age group can't hold on sometimes to a track performance. And we were talking about tracks earlier when we had the singers here, but it's a very difficult thing, and I think that you've prepared well and you gave a really nice presentation, and I'm looking forward to hearing you in the second tier. Keep up the good work. Okay, and Anna's back. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I am back. And wonderful. We'll be moving on to the next performer. And we're moving up a notch in the age group. Ages 8 to 10, we'll have 2 musicians performing in that age category. In the first of them, welcome on virtual stage, Amber Neon Kim.
Bravo. You know, it just takes a lot to get up there and just play in front of a camera and, you know, with a pianist and preparing all together. And it's really it's kind of funny. I mean, just like even some of my closest music friends, you know, we see each other on stage, and we never really know exactly how much work and you know, just everything, how much work went on behind the scenes to get up on that stage. It's really a tremendous feat. I will pass the torch over here.
Amber, it's a very, very fine job. The Vivaldi is not that easy. And as usual, I'll start with the compliments. One of the most challenging parts of Vivaldi is the coordination, because there's a lot of non-standard bowings. You'll get, you know, one separate three slurred. You'll get one separate two slurred, one separate, and a lot of kids get sort of confuzzled. And you did a really fine job with that. The coordination, the rhythm, very, very good intonation. I would even say to your teacher that since your vibrato is, you know, off to a good start, maybe some slightly more advanced and stylistically appropriate fingerings might be not too difficult for you. My biggest two suggestions for you, because again, the basics are rhythm, intonation, and sound, and you nailed all three. The Vivaldi, as so many of these almost interchangeable Baroque concerti are, the Vivaldi can be a little bit boring, let's be honest. How do you make it not boring? It's a conversation. There are four speakers, and they are your four strings. If you can pretend like you are not just one actor saying his or her lines, but you are playing the parts of four different actors, you will notice that music follows the exact same ups and downs that speech does. So when you have, let's say, the same thing, ba 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 bum bum ba 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 bum bum bum, the third time you'll notice it's a little different. Da 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 dum bum bum. So maybe the third time should be a little louder, or vice versa. Maybe the third time should be a little softer. Maybe not, soft, loud there. Maybe loud, soft there, or maybe somewhere else. But look for all the places where it can sound a little bit repetitive, and realize that if you don't speak English, for example, everything I'm saying now sounds repetitive. Blah 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 blah. But my voice doesn't go da 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 da. Words are not spaced exactly evenly. They're not said at the same volume. They're not said at the same pitch, and notes aren't either. So if you can, with all of your already very impressive skills, bring some of that pretend to play, you will sound again like a much more advanced player. One final note at the very end where it got kind of lost. The reason is that you don't sustain your notes. So note one should have gone until here, and note two should start from here and keep on going. But if your note one stopped here, note two is going to rush. Note two is going to come in early. Note two will end early. Note three is going to be super early. And when you're playing with a track instead of with a pianist, the track isn't going to follow you. And even a pianist, not every pianist will follow you. And even Maestro Webb will tell you, not every orchestra will follow you. So finish playing your notes so that your miscounts are kept to a minimum. All miscounts have their start with a note being clipped. That's my 45 cents worth.
Oh, we're moving up here. 45 cents this time. Still an amazing bargain. That's great. This piece takes me back a bit because it's one of the only bigger type pieces that I worked on when I played the violin 100 years ago. And I remember having a lot of the same issues with rhythm. I was just one of those that had to use the whole bow on every note. So it's like, then ring, I'm out of bow, so I just go to the next note. And it's really, up here in my ears and my brain and all that, I knew that it wasn't right, but like physically, it's a whole nother ball game. I mean, I describe playing the piano like preparing for an Olympic event. I mean, you can't just know how to play the game. You have to train for it. It's more than just practice. It's all of the technical exercises and etudes that your teacher has you do.
I'm sure all the kids will have heard their teachers say things like, "You got to prepare for 150%,"
Yes.
and that's what's meant, because something will go wrong. You'll get nervous. Somebody in the audience will sneeze at the wrong time. A fire alarm will go off. Whatever,
Crying baby.
A crying baby. My very first public concert, there was a really, really pretty girl sitting in the front row, and that was distracting. So the preparation that you need to do is so that when you get scared, you don't stop being scared. Even at my age, you don't stop being scared. You just get scared differently. And you know to trust the work that you've done in the practice room. You've repeated it so many times, so carefully, that when something goes and throws you off, your hands stay on.
Wow. Even more for that 45 cents too. Yeah, this is great. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on to our next violinist, Ryan Zhang. Welcome to the virtual stage.
wonderful concert. Thank you so much to the judges. We can't hear you, Emil. Okay, let's hear from James for a moment. Give Emil a moment to fix his setting.
Bravo. So yeah, I enjoyed listening to you. You're well prepared. You have this very well learned, and I've accompanied this concerto countless times, and it's just a favorite of mine. You know, one thing that I would work towards is just finding a range of colors within your sound for each section. Right now, much more dynamic contrast between sections. You play, you have a great sound, but it needs to have a little bit more life as it develops. Another thing that I think might help, this piece is, I believe it's in 4/4. I haven't looked at the score in a while, but it is very easy to get stuck in 8, so that you're counting 8 notes, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and you know, and it gets weighted in there. You do and yours wasn't that bad. Yeah, I'm exaggerating. I always exaggerate because I'm a dramatic guy. But the bigger pulse, 1, 2, 3, yeah, and you know, so if you can work to achieve a little bit more liquid texture among the quarter note pulse as opposed to the 8th note pulse, I think that you're gonna find that much of this piece comes so much easier to you, and you're going to get a lot of bang for your buck. And that's my 5 cents. And now I will turn it over to the expert.
It's a funny thing, you know, whenever you have professionals, you know, without consultation one with another, they will come to many of the same conclusions. James, what I wanted to start with is what I heard the tail end of your commentary touching upon. The sort of metronomic nature. So first of all, again, I want to start by complimenting Ryan. The basics are really, really good. The sound, intonation, rhythm, all very good. Especially intonation. Haydn is already not a little kitty piece. But yeah, I want to start by saying exactly what Master Webb was saying. If you play da dee da 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 da, people might wonder why this piece has been played for 250 years. But if you play dum dee da dee da da dum bum da 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 dee dum ba da da dee bum dum ba da dum, it's like 2 or 3 pulses. If you think in terms of phrases as you would in terms of sentences, if someone talks to you like this all the time, you can't listen to them for longer than a few seconds. And if they keep talking like I'm doing right now, you want to punch them in the face. So don't be like that. The other things, there's a thing that we musicians sometimes snarkily refer to as emergency rallentando.
Emergency rallentando.
So what it means is we're going along nicely in a tempo, and all of a sudden you hit a difficult spot, and oh, look at that! He's decided to make an artistic choice to play slower. It wasn't an artistic choice. So where specifically you need to be careful to not slow down, and the way to do that is to practice everything at one tempo, perhaps slower, but you are more than capable of playing everything at your starting tempo. The first time you hit 16th notes, not triplets, or 30 seconds, I forget, but the first time it's quadruplets, it was noticeably slower. Fortunately, your wonderful pianist followed you no matter what you did, so that was great. But in any kind of a competition setting, it makes it seem like things are difficult for you that I happen to know are not difficult for you at all. Other things, anytime that you have, one final thing, anytime that you have anything that is sustained a little bit, even a dotted rhythm, bum, ba bum, ba bum, In an orchestra, you want to make sure that you don't go da 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 da, because an entire section like that will sound ragged. But as a soloist, it sounds dry, like a pork chop that's been cooked too long. Da, 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 da. So you might want to think about the lyricism of Haydn rather than his pork choppiness.
Wonderful. Thank
You
you
know,
for these comments. James, would you like to add something?
Well, all I have to say is, throughout my entire musical career, I have put together a quote board of like the funniest things that has been said in rehearsals, lessons, or almost anywhere, but usually rehearsals. And I think I got like 4 or 5 of them just from having you here in this session. Memorable moments that are like hilarious, but words to live by.
Live by.
Yeah. So,
to be fair, one of my sons just complained that I overcooked the pork chops. So,
I mean, you got to use life experience to help yourself
right?
sometimes. So, I mean, you overcook the pork chops, and a violinist gets 45 cents worth. So.
Yeah, I love those references to real life, because music is without words to describe all of our experiences like that. And what do we describe unless we have the vivid imagination and we bring in those experiences over overcooked pork chops?
Although
Because they really taste a certain way. So it's
you know exactly what I'm describing, right?
Yeah, you can feel it.
So, I love sometimes the conductor that waxes poetic. Trombones, you must play here with all of the joy at your disposal, as though the very heavens have opened up and are pouring forth beams of sheer joy. We don't understand. You want it louder or softer?
Exactly. Okay, well, Brian, I hope
do something funny, but
very much these pictures will inspire you and your imagination in your practicing and performing. We'll be moving on to the next presenter of today, and this is the next age group again. And I just wanted to quickly recap what's happening right now. What you're watching is the live auditions for the Carnegie Hall Laureate Gala performance in November 21st at the Carnegie Weill Recital Hall in New York. There will be soloists, there will be concerti with the New York Chamber Players Orchestra, singers, small ensembles and large ensembles. We are in the violins section right now, and we have 2 incredible judges with us, a violinist Emil Chudnovsky and pianist and conductor James Welch. And we'll move on to the next performer in the age group of 11 to 14, Luke Eggert. Virtual stage is all yours. Thank you for bringing Bach to the table. What a hard composer to play, and what a joy to listen to. To the judges.
I have many things to say. I'm very impressed. I have to start by saying that I'm very impressed. But I think I want to turn first word over, if you don't mind, to Mr. Welch, precisely because I have so many things to say that I'll just hog the time otherwise.
Oh, okay. I mean, I was thoroughly impressed too. I enjoyed it. Luke is one of our progressive musicians alum, and I think was it a year ago that I heard he played Chartis online on our online competition, and I just remember thinking, wow, that's energetic, well trained violinist there, and he's going places. And I mean, and since then you've grown so much as a musician, and if that was possible. So keep up the good work. It's great to hear you again, and I look forward to hearing you again in the second tier.
I may even have heard that, Chartish. I want to start by telling you that everything that I'm about to say is a measure of my respect for your playing. Because if you were a lesser player, I would satisfy myself with saying, well, he's playing a very difficult piece. It's played without any particular technical issues. Where's the problem? But you are far beyond, where's the problem? Your basics are all definitely in place. I'm going to start by saying that whenever you're playing Bach, Mozart, or Beethoven, I remember being your age. I remember people, my mom primarily, telling me that these are the most difficult composers. And I remember sort of rolling my eyes at her, thinking, what do you mean most difficult? Paganini's difficult. Ernst is difficult, Sibelius concerto is difficult. But what it means is that the things that in Chartish are not noticeable at all, the occasional intonation slip or something, in Bach and Mozart and Beethoven, they are especially transparent. And to illustrate that, I'm going to tell you a little story from my background. Please don't think that I'm comparing your playing to the negative elements in this story. So I was in my 20s. I was doing a competition in Austria, and the pianist who was accompanying me also had played with people like Gidon Kramer, Misha Maisky, and so forth. So, I was in awe. And the pianist at one of our rehearsals said, listening to you play reminds me of walking through the Hall of Mirrors in the Palace of Versailles. And I glowed. I thought I was getting the world's biggest compliment. He said, yes, the Hall of Mirrors in the Palace of Versailles where a horse had taken a massive poop. Because he said, in a barn, you expect to find a pile of horse poop, but you don't expect to find it in the Versailles Palace. Your playing isn't being compared to horse poop. Your playing is being compared to the Versailles Palace, which means that the expectations that are going to be made on you, that are going to be made of you, are going to be that much higher. Versailles has to be that much cleaner than a barn. So the long story short about intonation is that while for anybody else, your intonation is great, given how well you play, it needs to be cleaner. And for that, just slow practice. There's a lot of things that are in weird keys with lots of sharps, like on the second page. Make sure that you hear it clearly, and then you will play it clearly. The only other thing, other than these long stories, the only other thing that I want to bring to your attention is that a lot of times when you have what's happening is that there's an ostinato, a repeated note, and a moving line. And if you can somehow make us start forgetting all about the ostinato, if it starts to sort of fade like the drone of a bagpipe, and if we can follow the moving line as though it's being sung as a continuous melody, it sounds, again, like a completely different level of artist. That's what, if you have a thing to listen for beyond intonation, that's what I would advise you to listen to. Other than that, hats off. You are doing very, very advanced work at a very high level.
Okay, is Anna back yet? No? Okay, well, Oh, here she comes. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Wonderful comments. Thank you so much. I'm feeling like I'm getting a masterclass mixed with a lot of gentle humor. Love it. Thank you, both of you, for commenting, and thank you, Luke, for inspiring all these wonderful comments, which are not only helpful to you
helping me
personally,
walk down
but to
memory
everyone.
lane. Helping me walk down memory lane, right?
That's right. We'll be transitioning to our next performer, and it's again next age group, 15 to 18. We have 3 people in that age group, and we'll start with a violinist, Faith Kress. Oh, I'm sorry, Faith Chiss. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, and if not, please forgive me. There are many international names which are pronounced differently in native language. So welcome on stage. It's all yours.
Hello, my name is Faith Quiche. I'm 16 years old, and I'm going to be playing Bach Sonata No. 1 in G minor Adagio.
Bravo. So, yep. Oh, yep. You go first.
Okay. Faith, Bach is considered the sort of the ne plus ultra, the apogee of violinistic repertoire for a reason. It's if ever I feel particularly proud of my brains, all I have to do is play a little bit of Bach, and I feel about this big. It is very complex music, and it's very complex structure. My first comment, and this cannot be sort of all of that aside, how did you like to play, Mrs. Lincoln, right? What I'm about to say is of supreme importance, and if it is not addressed, nothing else matters. Yes, the adagio is supposed to be played in an improvisatory manner, but you cannot ignore the man's rhythm. And in any competitive situation, there are three things that judges will eliminate you for without having to, feel the slightest twinge of embarrassment, remorse, whatever. Intonation, rhythm, sound. Those are the basics. They're indispensable. They're non-negotiable. Sound, what I consider pretty, might be considered aggressive by somebody else. It's subjective. Intonation, well, how nitpicky do you want to get? But rhythm is math. An eighth note is twice as long as a 16th note. It doesn't matter if you're from France or from, San Francisco. A rhythm. Including that rest. And if you can establish your street credibility in the first couple of measures with an absolutely unimpeachable sense of rhythm, and you get a little bit more poetic a little bit later, but a little bit, not so that I mistake your 16th note for a 32nd or vice versa. Why then you win some trust on the part of the judges, and they say, oh, you know what, there she got a little bit carried away. She stretched a thing here or compacted a thing there. But if from the beginning I'm already writing the word rhythm with an exclamation point, it's a non-negotiable. And two judges conversing about a contestant will not say, well, no, her rhythm was right. No, it's right or it's wrong. It's no two ways about it. So I hope I've stressed this enough. The other thing that I would also bring to your attention, and by the way, for rhythm, my most constructive suggestion is before you try playing the piece again, see if you can do what I just did. Tap out a rhythm, whether you're tapping 16th notes or 8th notes, doesn't really matter. Tap out a rhythm and recite the rhythm the way that we had to do in Juilliard pre-college, right? You had to conduct and you had to say the rhythm, and it had to be absolutely metronomic, and if it wasn't, it gets graded. The only other thing that I would bring to your attention, Bach's bowings are almost always completely playable, almost always. He was a very fine violist, according to his children. He preferred to play viola in any kind of ensemble. So I would only not do the bowings as written in very rare instances. I think there's a place somewhere like around the fourth line or so, I'm seeming to remember, where I play 3 separate 32nd notes. But I try to do it so that they don't sound separate, so that it still sounds like the original bowings. Again, those are not things that in any competitive situation will arouse controversy. If a judge says, well, she played the right bowings, another judge won't be able to say, no, she didn't, because everybody knows the manuscript by heart. Other than that, you have taken on a huge task and you've done a very fine job. But please take these comments to heart.
Yes. Well, yeah, it's a big piece, and it takes a lot of courage to get up there and play. Even when it's just for the camera. I don't know. I almost prefer live other than the camera, because it's like you don't have that reaction from people, and you don't feel the love and support of the room all the time. You just have a cold concert hall with mics going and my cord is stuck. Okay. And so kudos to you for that. Yes. With the whole rhythmic issue. Bach. That's why we all do Bach in our training, because it makes us the most disciplined. It's meant, for practicing and refining all of your basics and developing upon them from there. It does so much in just one thing. I mean, Bach was a genius to think that he churned all of this stuff out every weekend, for all those masses and all that. It's just, yeah. But you're at a great start with this. Is Anna back yet? No? Okay. So one of the things that I'll just mention, when Progressive Musicians started, we were thinking about competitions in general, and we thought, what can we do? I mean, there were already some online competitions out. This was this was many years ago, but around 2019, summer of 2019, we're like, what can we do differently about this? And we thought, it's always expensive to travel the world to play for 5, maybe 10 minutes, and then get cut, and then still not get to speak with any of the judges. And it's like, well, why did you cut me? And, I realize, sometimes they don't want to get into the arguments and all that, but it's like, someone like me, like, I always wanted to know, what could I have done better? Just one thing, and then I would have just respected that and left. But, it's like, what can we do to make all of that better? To improve our performances and not break the bank in the process. And so we came up with this model where we would offer everybody a chance to perform, be evaluated by a professional, and not be eliminated, but a chance to make some improvements before being evaluated again. And so we're really happy to have this experience for all of you, because we just love seeing everybody so excited to just work and make improvements. And in the end, when it comes time to select musicians for certain awards and performances, we can say that everybody got something out of this experience that they can take away and keep using and develop upon. So, take what you can from this. I mean, take the comments from all of the performers and all of the judges, and do everything that you can with it. I mean, this, the world's your oyster, and so is the internet. And
Absolutely.
we keep progress going. And now I'm rambling, so I'm gonna let Anna speak.
Yes, but thank you very much for that ramble. For me, what's really unique about this experience is getting the comments from the judges immediately, not with the afterthought. When other considerations or just memory fades away. As a performing artist, we are performing in the moment of that living piece of music on stage, and we are communicating in the moment with the audience. We want to have that feedback from the audience. That brings me to another request from people who are watching us. Please comment. Your comments are very, very important for everyone who is performing on stage. And in the concert hall, we can't really chat with you. So we can't really find out what you feel, what you think. But in this virtual stage, we can. And that is a treasure trove for our artists. And I hope it is for the audience too.
I can just to add to this idea of immediate comments. I have done a lot of competitions, and then I've always gone to talk to judges. I sort of mentally divided the comments that I got into, here's somebody who had a reaction, and they're trying to sort of explain it to themselves more than they're trying to explain it to me. They don't remember why exactly, but they didn't like me enough to vote for me for, advancing to the finals. Or they don't remember why, but they did vote for me.
They don't remember why, but they did or did not.
But there were also judges. I still remember Professor Vamos at the D'Angelo competition in 2000, 2002, somewhere around there. Early aughts. So I remember going back to talk to the judges, And I'd gotten a prize. I'd gotten second prize. But, you know, Franco Gulli was very urbane and European, and Danchenko was really direct and
right.
very, very kind. Vamos sat me down and opened a notebook, and there were like page after page of notes on everybody. It wasn't like a special treat for me, right? But from that, two things. I learned that there are judges who genuinely will notate every little thing that occurs to them. My question is, now that I've also been a judge in international competitions, when it's time to decide who it is that's going to, which 12 people are going to the finals, are you seriously going to read 50 pages of your own notes? You're going to skim. And you're going to get, oh, that's the kid that I remember really liking. And why did I like him? I don't remember. So getting the comments in the moment, it doesn't have the benefit of reflection and hindsight, but it doesn't have the drawbacks of, you know, BS.
Drawbacks of I forgot why, and I can't really share with you what you can do better. But in the moment, yes, that's what musicians are able to share. This is what I'm hearing right now, and this is how I think you can improve it. So that's really an important part of this particular audition setup. Okay, we will be moving on to the next performer, and I believe we are still in the age 15 to 18. Our next violinist is Holly Lacey. Welcome on virtual stage.
Wonderful. Wow.
Wonderful.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's so hard to play without the accompaniment at all, and I wasn't missing it.
No, I wasn't. Yeah.
All right, to our judges.
Um, okay. First of all, without question, excellent job. My compliments to you, to your teacher or teachers. I'm seeing not just great playing, but also great schooling. This kind of playing doesn't really exist in a vacuum where somebody just plays all the right notes and everything sounds like that. No, this is somebody who's obviously listened to a lot, who is probably familiar if I reference the Francescati recording or the, I don't know, the Grumio recording or something. This is somebody who is, a young professional, and I will speak accordingly. I'm going to start by saying that you may have changed certain things about tempi and about articulation because of the probable amount of recordings that you've listened to. The beginning of the piece, I think, and now we're not talking about this is wrong or this is right. I'm just putting forward my opinion. At the beginning of the piece, he has accents on every one of the quarter notes. And I think it changes the piece drastically. Is one piece. Dum bum 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 bum. Da 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 dum bum bum is another piece entirely. I prefer the second piece, and actually, I used to play the first piece, and then one time I attended a master class by Charlie Castleman, and he pointed out that Sarasate was reputed to have played the opening with 5 down bows, down 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 down, and I thought that's insane until I realized that a light down bow would create those accents that Saint-Saëns wrote. So the reason that I bring this up is a little bit of the same thing that I was saying to Faith, I think it was, about rhythm. Your tempi sort of wander in a very traditional way. But I always try to remember what Sir Thomas Beecham said about tradition. He said, tradition is the flawed memory of the last bad performance. So we basically play broken telephone in our head. We hear a thing.
That's a great way to put it.
We hear a thing, we digest a thing, and then we reproduce the thing, but it's already a totally different thing. It's already been digested. So the recordings that you might go back and listen to might not allow themselves as much latitude between first and second themes, for example. I happen to feel that when second themes get too slow, I can almost feel the audience looking at their watch. Yet another anecdote. What was it Respighi said about Parsifal? Said it's an opera that begins at 5:30, and when you look at your watch 3 hours later, you discover that it's 5:45. Again, don't be that girl, right? The way that you end up being that person is when a thing that seems to have already taken up a lot of time turns out to have actually only taken up a minute or two. And that happens when the tempi are all over the place. Personally, I like it's got all of the poetry that Saint-Saëns wrote without any of the lethargy that some recordings instill. There's a small thing that I want to direct your attention to, 2 final things. Small thing that I want to direct your attention to about sound. There's a tendency that a lot of American players have about starting the bow a little slower. So you get a kind of swell in the middle. I'm not talking about the opening. I'm talking about, think of lyrical spots. I think it comes of a misunderstanding the Dorothy DeLay instruction to sculpt every note. Sculpt, yes, but like maybe they're part of a bas relief rather than standalone sculptures. Because if you separate everything the way that a lot of American players do, you fail to get a line. So you'll get instead of so if you listen to your recording and you notice that, that's what I'm talking about. Final anecdote / observation, glissandi. I love glissandi. I live for glissandi. But I feel about glissandi the way that I don't remember which fashion maven it was, who advise women before leaving the house for a fancy occasion to look at themselves in the mirror and remove one item of jewelry. No matter how much jewelry you're wearing, one piece less will be better. And I try to be like that with glissandi because I love them so much. I challenge myself to find the ones I'm going to eliminate. If you listen to your recording, even the recording from just now, how many of those glissandi do you need? How many of them will you be unhappy to lose? I'm pretty sure that there is a bunch that the piece will benefit, the continuity will blossom, for lack of. I think that's all I wrote down. Dramatic, excellent musician, excellent musical sense. Yeah, and I mentioned everything else.
Yeah, I really enjoyed your performance, and actually, you got me thinking about that glissandi thing, because I do a lot of musical theater shows and showcases, and I always do these glissandis, that necessarily aren't on the page, but I feel like at the piano I need to do it to help out the orchestration or whatever. And I had a colleague come up to me after and said, "So, only 11 glissandis in this show," or something. And I was like, "Oh my gosh!" I was like, "All right, well, I guess so." Never counted them before, but I guess there are people in the audiences that we're counting them.
But James, when you listen to your recordings from, I don't know, as much as, let's say, a year ago, and as little as, let's say, 3 weeks ago, do you ever find yourself going, "Oh, I didn't need to have done that"?
Not so much anymore. Maybe from way back then I was like, but yeah, you're right. Yeah. So, I mean, over the years, more glissandi. No, I don't know. But, you got me thinking there. And, that is right. It's like everybody has their hook or their staple, in their performance. I mean, even actors do weird motions with their hands, constantly, no matter what character they're playing. And it's the important thing, with our training and development is to know what those are and how to identify ourselves with them and see how we can make them different. It's like if you want to do 10 glissandi in one piece or one concert, whatever, it's how are you going to make that different and make it your own for that moment so that it just doesn't sound like you're doing a glissandi for the sake of doing a glissandi.
Or because you remember hearing it or half remember hearing it in a recording. Mm-hmm. You just reminded me of a perfect moment from the movie The Incredibles, where the mom and her son, who's the Flash character, he runs really well. They're sitting in a car, and she's berating him for the fact that he let himself go and won a race by using his superpowers. And she finally, in exasperation, says, he says, "I wanted to show that I was special." And she says, "Everyone is special, Dad." Yeah. And he goes, "That's just another way of saying that no one is."
I remember that, yeah.
And I think that applies to glissandi. There are moments that a glissando, a vibrato, can be used like italics. If everything is italicized, nothing's italicized. But if this one moment is pure magic for you, going up to the E natural, you know what I'm talking about. I think it's the second to last page, the high E. The moment of surprise, if you use a non-vibrato there, or if you use an extra vibrato, or a different vibrato, or a glissando, you bring the audience's attention to that moment, which is extraordinary. But if every moment is extraordinary, and the same goes true for fortissimi, the same goes true for pianissimi, the performer who plays everything at this ethereal pianissimo, well, when an ethereal moment happens, I'm not going to notice. And everyone who thunders their way through something, how am I going to know when it's really exciting? Because I was deaf about, 5 pages ago.
That's great.
Yeah.
I can't say anything better. So I think this dialogue we have going is great here, and it's just mentioned just about everything that I was thinking, but you said it so much better. I mean, that's why that's why it costs 45 cents, right?
Yes,
so,
as opposed to 30 cents.
Yeah, where mine you get maybe 10 on a good day. So I mean, no, I'm kidding. But we should probably move on.
And I want to thank very much Holly for sparking this discussion. As you can see, there's an endless way to look at one thing from different perspectives and use it in balance or in disbalance or in lack of, and then a surprise show up of just a glissando. Just think about it and make it your own experiment. What I always tell my students is experiment, experiment, experiment. Take my advice with a grain of salt. Try it on yourself. It's like clothes. Maybe a fabulous dress will fit you or doesn't fit me, or vice versa. But anyway, we're moving on to the next performer. We're in the 15 to 18 age group of auditionees for the opportunity to perform at the Carnegie Hall, Weill Recital Hall in the upcoming Gala scheduled for November 21st at 8 p.m. If you happen to be in New York on the Thanksgiving week, exploring this great city, include that concert in your go-to places. It'll be a feast of a great variety. We'll have soloists, ensembles, small and large, and we'll have large ensembles and small ensembles coming up in this audition. These auditions are organized in order for us to select performers who will be presented on the stage of Carnegie Hall. Next is violinist Ronald Deng. Virtual stage is all yours, Ronald. Wonderful performance. Thank you so much for bringing this piece to us. Judges?
I love the Barber Concerto. I mean, anytime I think that the 20th century kind of went off the rails, I remember pieces like this. And this first. You're a very fine violinist. I want to start by saying that. And I want to say that some of the things that I disagree with, I might be wrong. But most of the things that you did, I not only agreed with, I really enjoyed and loved. Especially I want to compliment your flying staccato on the second page, where I am frankly a little jealous. So now I'll have to go practice. So my two main criticisms / suggestions. First, think about your sound, especially in pianissimo. There's two kinds of pianissimo. There's the ethereal, there's a sort of, floaty kind of sound, and there's the sound with a center. For my students, I try to describe it as, imagine a candle, a lit candle. The wick is a solid. You can't push your finger through the wick. The flame is not solid. You could push your finger through the flame, but of course you'll get burned. And the light that gets, thrown from the candle, you move freely through that light, you don't get burned. It's intangible. The sound has those three similar elements. There's the almost scratchy center. There's the sound that is sort of, without vibrato especially, can be kind of obnoxious and drilling. And then there's the echo bouncing off the walls. And it's the blend of these three that really creates a person's fingerprint as a player. In pianissimo, everyone tends to drop the core. Everyone tends to just exist in the candle's thrown off light. But I think that you can still have a center and leave the breathy etherealness for the most magical moments, again, for variety's sake. There's another example of the candle that I'm remembering back from my pre-college days, my Juilliard pre-college days, where a conductor said, if you want to get the right energetic pianissimo, imagine someone playing, on the radio, let's say, at fortissimo, you've got the volume turned down. Imagine an orchestra playing at full blast, but it's behind 3 closed doors. So that intensity in some of the softer moments would stop the softer moments from becoming, a little bit like you've had some edibles. So the other comment is about the opening, where I have a favorite rendition of the song Over the Rainbow. It's Judy Garland. Of course it is. And then I have my favorite example of Don't Let This Happen to You of that same song, Pink, singing that same song at the Oscars, I think it was 2 years ago. And the reason that I'm bringing this up is that what Pink did was to sing Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Oh gosh, I remember that.
And it was supposed to be so emotional. And instead what it sounded like was asthmatic. It had nothing of the beauty of the song left. And of course, it had nothing of the magic of Judy Garland. The opening of The Barber is an endless line. You can't sing it because you run out of breath, but you can play it on the violin. But if you do, yeah. I said only 2 things. A third very small thing, parenthetical. You did a great job. I would just enjoy the fact that it is so much of a contrast. So, light and, fairies dancing and moonlight, as opposed to this overall beautiful, majestic piece. There's my contribution.
Yeah, well said. I mean, I was thinking pretty much all of the same musical ideas, just like where, the phrases have to shape a little bit more and to just be careful not to play too quietly at times. That was the first thing that came to my mind. I mean, you have a great sound to that instrument. when we're working with singers, and we get down to pianissimo, the main thing is what they say is don't come off of your breath, or don't come off of your tone. And then I've heard it the other way too with wind players. Don't overblow your technique. But it's all relative there. It's the thing that we struggle with every day. My piano, my most recent piano teacher would always yell at me, drop in, he meant get to the bottom of the keys, and he's like, I don't care if it's pianissimo, if you're not getting to the bottom of the key, there's no tone, and you're gonna fumble rhythms and all that, and like you were saying,
the drawback.
They're gonna be checking their watches.
It's the drawback of painting in watercolors also. For anything that is particularly technically demanding, you yourself need to cue yourself to know when the passage begins, where's the thing that you're aiming at, right? This is true for piano, for violin, for voice, for anything. If you have something that is difficult, the last thing you want to do is to make it also sort of indistinct or unclear to yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And
Wonderful.
We're getting into some pretty nitpicky things. Because that was such a difficult piece that you've prepared
and so well
very
played.
well. We don't normally just get to go on these tangents and all that with each other on TV, on the internet. Because usually we have some serious issues to bring up, or not serious issues, but we really need to say something, and we've had the luxury of nitpicking the last hour. Because,
sorry.
Everyone's just so well prepared.
Well-prepared auditionees allow to go beyond the basics, and that's wonderful. Thank you, Ronald, for presenting such a well-polished piece, so that our judges are able to go into the ethereal areas from extra mastery. With this, we're concluding the violins part of our auditions, and we're going to give a quick break to the judges to stretch and maybe get some coffee. We have still quite a ways to go, and during this little pause, I would like to take a quick look at what's coming up, and we have more auditions coming up. First of all, next month on November 1st is the deadline for call orchestra auditions, and I hope we can bring on screen some of the visuals which will help people understand better what I'm talking about. The call orchestra auditions are designed for those who seek opportunities to perform with orchestras. It's for concertos and for solo voice musicians, and for musicians of all instruments, pianists, violinists, string players, guitarists, violists, of course, cellists, bass players, all string instrumentalists are welcome to apply. And we're also inviting the wind players. There's many concertos written for the wind instruments, and we would like to find great soloists to perform with the Western New York Chamber Orchestra. The concerts are scheduled for February. There are 2 concerts which will be dedicated to winners of these auditions. Don't miss this opportunity to apply and win the audition and perform with the orchestra. Also, I would like to mention the Sound Espressivo concert season. We are starting the season. We already presented 1 laureate recital. There are more winners concerts coming up. And we would like to invite you to subscribe to our channel so that you can get a notification when we go live again. So you can hear more of those wonderful performances by young winners of the last year's Sound Espressivo competition. And I also would like to mention that iClassical Academy provided our auditions with the generous gift of recognition awards. Our Classical Academy is sponsoring those recognition awards for participants in our auditions and competitions. What is iClassical Academy? It's a company based in Switzerland and Italy, and they provide a comprehensive library of absolutely phenomenal master classes, master courses. It's a video library. Many of their courses are divided into sections, and some are portraying live master classes which were recorded live from the greatest artists of our generation. Really recommend you to take a look at the website and check what's in there. If you are a participant in our auditions, you will be receiving a recognition award, allowing you access to this vast collection of the best teaching materials and learning materials. So with this, let us see if the judges are ready. Not quite yet. The judges are taking a well-deserved little break. Then let's see a few more visuals about what it is you're watching now. You're watching the third and last session of the auditions dedicated to selecting performers for the upcoming Carnegie Weill Recital Hall Gala concert. The concert is on November 21st at Carnegie Weill Recital Hall in New York City at 8 p.m. If you're in New York, or if you're visiting New York for the Thanksgiving week, put this on your calendar. Tickets are on sale already. It's not the huge concert hall, so there's a limited number of tickets. Secure your seats. Come and watch the winners of those auditions perform on that very prestigious stage. The concert is a gala, which by nature is designed to showcase musicians from variety, from different genres and different ensembles, different compositions. We'll have soloists on various instruments. We'll have vocalists, ensembles small and large, and we will also have a New York Chamber Players Orchestra joining us on the stage and performing concerti with the soloists who are going to be selected through this audition process. So let me check again if the judges are back from their little break. Not yet. Okay, what else can we discuss at the moment? What are the auditions? Auditions are, why is this process called audition, this particular event? We're not calling it a competition, we're calling it audition, because this is part of every professional musician's life, every professional musician's routine process of securing opportunities to perform. We audition for particular events, we audition for places in the orchestra, for a place in a concert, we audition with the managers, we audition with the orchestras, with conductors. That's part of every performing musician's life. So we would like to provide this opportunity for aspiring musicians, those who are building their career, to experience it at this stage of their development and experience the process, go through the process, experience communicating with the judges, learning from them in the immediate feedback, their impression, and being able to take it into their next steps in developing their careers. So I think we will be moving on to the next section. Let's invite one of our judges, pianist and conductor James Welch, on stage. James, welcome back. You're back from your little break. Thank you for being with us. We'll be moving into the next section, which is dedicated to small ensembles. I don't yet see that Emil is back from his break. Maybe we'll start and Emil will join us. How's that? The first ensemble we'll be presenting is a piano for hands in the division of adult amateur 19 and older, And welcome on stage Jean-Baptiste Glise and Yves-Marie Beaudry. I hope I'm pronouncing your names somewhat close, and please forgive me if not. Welcome to Virtual Concert Halls. Our virtual stage is all yours.
bravo. I've played this suite a few times now, and with different duet partners, and there are some parts of it that feel real easy, and then all of a sudden it's like, surprise, this is not easy because our hands are crashing into each other, and it's a task to put together, and I don't think even a lot of pianists realize how difficult duets are to put together until they've actually gotten with a duet partner and worked on something difficult. Like probably the hardest one that I've ever had to put together was the Schubert F minor fantasy, where your hands are constantly like practically like clawing at each other. But it's a task. You got to practice your own part, and then you got to practice together before you rehearse together, and it's a big process. So kudos to you both for going through all of that and putting it together and keeping it together well and on a live stage. I have a few things that I would like to mention, and it mostly has to do with balance, but also just the initial articulation of the keys in itself, and that's the melody in the first movement. You need to work a little bit harder to get to the bottom of the keys, and I know that the opening dynamic is piano, but there are different levels of piano depending on what style you're playing and what kind of textures going on. And you have 4 different ranges of the piano playing all at once. And there's just not enough tone to soar over all of the beautiful harmonies that are being played under you. Now, on that end, secondo, one thing I noticed... this piece is voiced very specifically. The bass is actually the underpinning for the melody, and then your right hand is like the secondary, but the bass itself also has its own hidden secondary in there. And you play that initial E at the beginning and grab it with the pedal, and then go to the B in the left hand. Now, if you lose the pedal before you go to that B and play that B louder than the E, you lose the entire foundation, and it sounds like you're playing inverted chords. And then the right hand melody, the counter melody that you have, da 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 da, just takes over the whole piece. And that was a big issue that we had to work out when the last time I played this. I mean, it's easy to play, hard to perform. But those are just some things. You always want to have the nice underpinning to support the melody, and so that you're not ba ba ba. And yours wasn't that bad. I exaggerate. I've been saying this the whole show here. So those were the big things. Make sure that you can don't be afraid to sustain a little bit more with the pedal. Whoever's pedaling, I couldn't see whose feet were going, but I mean, you work that out. Let's see here. The other thing, in the first movement, one of my teachers called it unnecessary cadencing. When you get to the big moments, like, a big chord or a deceptive cadence, like the 6th chord, C sharp minor, you don't have to slow down into it every time. There's a lot of rubato that you're taking that I don't think needs to happen. It chops up the line and it makes it into too many bits. And if anything, play into it more with your fingers. As that leads to my next comment, is dynamic contrast. There wasn't enough of it for my taste. Each section should have its own life, and I felt like both pieces just had one volume all the way through until like maybe the last two chords of that second one. But this second one, I love the tempo, I love the fire that you bring to it on that end. A lot of people can't play it that fast and that cleanly. But I mean, figure out what places you want to be softer and what you want to be louder and middle range. And I think if you just explore more with the dynamics and do what you can to highlight different melodies and have a better balance, that you're going to have a great product and a great performance there ahead of you. This is you learned the notes, and now this is the harder part. It's almost the fun part in many ways too, because you just get to try everything. But go back to your next rehearsal and see what you can figure out and what you can make work. And I look forward to hearing the second tour, because I think there's going to be a lot of great stuff that comes out of this. And I will turn it over here.
I have practically nothing to add. I am always more amazed than analytical when I'm listening to duo pianists, because as Maestro Welch was saying, the logistics of two people sharing 88 keys seems to me to be intimidating. I've never really fully understood why it's one piano, four hands, and not two pianos, but at least that would remove some of the traffic jams. For me, anytime, again, we're echoing one another, but anytime that there are pianistically complex pieces where it sometimes doesn't hit a string player as much as it might hit a pianist, is that we hear the gestalt, we hear all of it all at once. And you have to help us. You have to sort of take pity on the civilians and help them to hear what you want them to hear. Your job, I think, as a musician, my job as a musician, it's not to make the composer happy. He's usually dead. It's to make the audience hear all of the implications that I hear as a professional musician, and that's much the harder. I mean, even if a composer's alive, most of the time, you ask a living composer, how do you want it? Like this, like this, like this, and they'll say, do it your way, and you're like, well, that's not helpful at all. But if you ask the audience, did you understand this piece that speaks so dearly and deeply to me? Did you understand it? And when you hear, well, no, it kind of went over my head. Okay, that's not a critique of the piece. What can you do to help them not have it go over theirs? And I think, again, Maestro Welch said it exactly right. It's what you bring out. Sometimes the way to bring something out is to drop something back. But what is salient to you will come across and be salient to the audience. And if nothing is salient to you, unfortunately, that's what they will hear. Just a look, here's sound.
Wonderful. Yeah, and I should add, and I wish we heard more piano duo music, because there's a lot of great piano duets out there. But it just seems like
when you think about how much of the orchestral repertoire had its sort of embryonic stages, with Brahms playing four hands with Clara.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and didn't just play four hands, but yeah, you're right.
I don't.
They were very close. We'll just say
they were indeed very close.
Yeah. So there's just a lot of great piano four hands stuff out there, and two piano stuff too. And pianists just seem to be into just about everything except for working with each other. I could go on.
I'm glad it's not just violinists.
No, it's usually like who's gonna get the next gig, but but anyway, we should move on here. We are these two were in the adult amateur division, and now we're moving into the professional ensemble division. We have a violin cello duo, Naeun Kim and Naeun Lee. Welcome to the virtual stage. Bravo.
I can start by saying that I now want to go and really study this piece. I have only heard it a handful of times, and am ashamed to say I don't know it well. But you guys sell it really, really well. It sounds like it's huge fun to play, and certainly it's fun to listen to. I don't know if this is maybe my microphone, my speakers. I'm watching you on an iPad. My first thought was it sounds metallic. And then I started listening to your sounds individually and together. I don't know that the metallic stuff that I hear is your playing. I don't think it is. I think it is either the room or your microphone.
I think it has something to do with the tech. Because I was wondering that for a little while too, but I've done this so much online where you can kind of tell after a while.
If things that are pianissimo are still metallic, it's not you.
Yeah, there was like some scratchy white noise going on. Yeah,
but it gave it a slightly sort of mechanical, robotic flavor, and the piece itself, could be, the score to some sort of movie. I'm not sure, dystopian or what. So constructive comments. Professional to professional. You guys are great. You obviously, play well together. If there is one thing that I found myself wishing on more than one occasion, for the cello to get off the fingerboard a bit more. The violin has, not just any violin, but your violin has such a thrilling and centered sound that anything less than that in response is going to seem imbalanced. Everything that you're playing that is lyrical, it's a beautiful, Piatigorsky sound. That's great. Some of the things that are more in the background, some of the things that fade, I suspect that it's a matter of play closer to the bridge. But certainly the balance, not in volume, the balance in intensity between the two could be brought more on par. And I wouldn't take very much away from the violin. I wouldn't, depress the violin's intensity. I would increase the cellos.
Oh, wonderful job. I've only heard this piece a handful of times too, and you both sold it to me, and I was never really a big fan of it till now. Obviously I can't play the violin and cello anywhere close to what you can do. I'll be lucky if I could do Mississippi Hot Dog again. But
there were some Mississippi Hot Dog moments in the Kodai.
Yeah. But it's the way that the two of you communicate well, through the music with each other and just bring everything alive. It's almost like one string instrument playing in that way, like as far as the ensemble goes.
I hear the piece as being that it's what the violin could do if it had, a bass register, what the cello could do if it had a treble register.
Exactly.
Beyond,
exactly. I was thinking the same thing. It's just it was a great duo. And I really look forward to hearing the second tier performance. Okay, so Anna is not back yet, so we will move on here and pull up my list here. Oh, we have a viola duo, Aria Charagosha and Lauren Spalding. Welcome to the virtual stage.
Oh, that's beautiful. I have never heard this piece, but you had me really glued to this performance. Wonderful. To the judges now.
I want to compliment the violist because I wasn't as crazy about the piece. The piece itself, I think, would not have been sold again to the audience if it weren't for the two of you. And I think the composer did a very wise thing to write a viola duo. If you're going to write a tragic, lachrymose piece, you have a choice between filling it full of all sorts of effects and things, or scoring it in such a way that just a single C sharp repeated has emotional content. You guys obviously understand it. It is a timely piece, and I never would have thought of putting two violas. You always think contrast: viola, violin, violoncello, violin, violoncello. But it gives qualities I'd never really considered before to a piece that is at its most remarkable in its simplicity.
Okay, James.
I don't know if I could say it any better. I was thinking kind of the same thing there. I mean, the two of you play really well together, and excuse me, and yeah, it's like all the repeated notes like coming out and all that, and I mean you sold the piece well, because I think interpretively, I mean, all those repeated notes and almost in like a minimalistic style, that's tough to get across to an audience. I mean, usually you only hear music like this in movie soundtracks or scene change music, where it just needs to be an underscoring, but it's not really the primary feature, it's just the enhancement. But I feel like the two of you took a piece like that and gave it a new life that was interesting to listen to in a live music setting, and that was really cool.
I also found it interesting. I found myself thinking, wow, Armenian music is so similar to Jewish music.
Isn't that interesting with all the
augmented
expanded
second,
intervals? Yeah.
Yeah,
but I mean,
I think of that,
the sort of voice of the synagogue, I think of it as.
The meditative aspect of it too, for sure. Very beautiful performance and very impressive. Wonderful. Thank you so much for bringing this artistry to our auditions.
That last composer's name was Mancherian?
Manchurian.
Mancherian?
Yeah, I have it right here. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Just, I'm curious if I'm going to page through, see what else the gentleman has written.
Yeah, interesting.
It's worth
Are we
checking
ready
out,
for the next performers? Okay, so we're going to be inviting on stage the next duo in the professional division of our auditions, reminding the audience that musicians who applied for those auditions are hoping to be selected to perform in the Gala concert on November 21st at the Carnegie Weill Recital Hall in New York City. And tickets are on sale if you're in New York or planning a trip to New York for Thanksgiving week. Put us on your calendar. This will be a very interesting concert, and you will see who will end up getting selected. The next duo is castanets and soprano in the professional division. Welcome on stage Teresa Laiz Monsalve and Marta Casas Vasquez. to the one happening in Spain. What a marvelous duo of musicians and show women. Okay, judges, to you.
James?
Okay, I'll go first. Yeah, that was really cool. And we're always in one of the other broadcasts we were talking about just how mostly through the pandemic that we have found new and unique ways of creating existing music, because we had to, like, through remote, we had to find new ways. And I don't know if this is a result of the pandemic or if you've just been doing this like for quite some time. I think you've been doing this quite some time from what I read in the bio, but I mean, this is definitely just a really neat creative thing, that you've put together with existing music. You've brought a new life to it. You've almost kind of reinvented the wheel with it in some ways. I mean, this is just really nice performance art here. Dancing around, singing. The costumes, the whole getup, the lighting, and it's performed so well. The two of you are great together, and I really don't have anything else to say about this. Bravo.
Yeah,
Bravo. Before, Emil, you go on, I want to show some of the comments from the very warm and active audience we have watching this. Anyone who knows Spanish, help me out here.
that means with milk.
No, it does not.
Olé.
Olé. They're happy.
Cafe Olé. Haven't you heard of Cafe Olé?
Okay, welcome to our show and thank you for joining us at this hour. If you're in Spain, Maria Jose Martinez, I really appreciate you tuning in at this hour. That must be like 4 a.m. there. And
Great sound on the castanets. Maybe that's what that says.
Oh, you're doing Google Translate?
No, I'm winging it. But
My Flamenca MX, marvelous and always surprising. Teresa, Lais, bravo. I absolutely agree with you. Now, can we translate at least this much?
Good luck.
Mucha suerte, Teresa.
Good luck, Teresa.
much
Yeah.
greatness. Yeah. Yeah, much luck. Yeah.
And one more comment from Yara
Maestro?
Wa- Wonderful maestro or maestra.
Yes.
I think buena
wonderful.
suerte means good luck, no?
Buena
Oh,
suerte.
maybe. Oh, I'm thinking of Italian where bueno means yummy. Yeah. You tell I haven't had dinner yet.
We gotta dive into Spanish language, but thank you very much, wonderful warm fans. We would like more of people like you coming in and supporting your favorite musician and supporting other musicians,
And especially
please-
supporting live performance.
absolutely. Okay, now Emil, to you.
And like James, I don't really have anything to say because this is very much sort of, sui generis. It's its own thing that is lovely and original. When you said castanets and soprano, I was like, that's odd. But of course, it works marvelously, for this piece, for Granada especially. I've only heard it normally sung, by Carreras, and the one weird experience that I have with this is actually doing this with tenor and piano in Montreal years ago. So I'm actually looking at the score of this arrangement of Granada for a violin, tenor, and piano. So I have no comments about originality to make. I also don't really have anything to add in terms of criticism or anything like that. I love your show. It is an entirely conceived a gestalt of an act, and it comes across beautifully.
I can't agree more. It comes across so beautifully, so convincingly, and so invigorating. It wants me to do this. Not that I can. I'm sure it takes a lot of practice to get that fluent with this style. Incredible, but really infectious and energetic. Thank you so much. I think we have more comments. Yes, thank you for.
Yeah, but now they're testing my Spanish.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Once again,
Very exciting.
Maestro, congratulations and excitement.
Yeah, and thank you, Orlando Portilla, for joining us. If you're in Spain, that's incredible dedication to music and to artists. I applaud this audience. Thank you so much. Please subscribe to our channel. We would like to welcome you to some of our other shows. All right, we are ready for the next small ensemble participating in these auditions for the Carnegie performance on November 21st. We have professional division guitars. Welcome on stage, Anton Macleder and Xuan Huang Tseng.
Oh, I was muted. Bravo. Bravo. Do you want to go first on this one?
Sure. I disagree with the title of the piece. It's not flat at all. I think it was lovely. I love something that I once heard Segovia say about guitar, that it's the entire orchestra but seen through reverse binoculars. Like, instead of enlarging things, you see things from far away. You can imply an entire brass section on the guitar. And you guys are great about timbre changes. If there's anything that I would want more of, it's that. But it's not like it's missing. It's that it's there, and I don't know, maybe more of the same kind of. I'm not a guitarist, so I don't know how you do it, but more of the same kind of difference, the same register, but a totally different sound from first and second guitar. Great ensemble, I thought, and a work that hangs together beautifully. All these duos that we've been seeing have been sort of underscoring how it's possible for two of the same instrument or two different instruments like violin and cello to create one unified instrument that is more than the sum of their parts. You definitely have that. You have essentially what harpsichords wish they could do if they had a little more resonance.
Yes, bravo. I just love listening to guitar, too. And it's nice to hear two of them. It's nice to hear more too. But yeah, the two of you play really well together. And it was a neat piece. It was very soothing to hear, and then the only thing I mean I'm in complete agreement here. Is just that at some point, some points of the piece, like I thought you could go further with it, the dynamic range and just the melodies. But I mean, you play well together. You have great sound, and I really enjoyed it, and look forward to hearing you in the second tier. Is Anna here? Yeah, Anna's here.
Yes, that was a wonderful duo. Thank you, judges, for commenting, and I would like to thank this duo for applying for these auditions. It's just such a great pleasure to have guitars joining this kind of audition. You don't often hear guitarists on these. You have to be in the special niche of guitar world. That's what I found, that we're often isolated from guitarists, and this is just such a beautiful realm of music. Thank you, judges, very much for your comments, and we'll be moving to the next group of our auditions. We have large ensembles which applied also for the opportunity to perform at the Carnegie Hall Gala on November 21st. And the first of the ensembles is from the Kiev Cello School, a cello choir named Beaudry. Welcome on stage. Virtual stage is all yours. Oh, wonderful! Thank you. What a beautiful arrangement for the group. Getting cellos, so many cellos to play together. Wow! To the judges.
I mean, this is where chamber music is such an essential part of an overall music education. And my hat's off to John Gaboff. The single biggest skill across all levels of playing a musical instrument is the skill of listening. And kids constantly think, well, I listen all the time. You know, I hear car horns and, you know, no, you hear things, but you don't really listen. Any more than, you know, if I ask you how many steps there are leading up to your house, that you can tell me right off the bat, because you see, but you don't observe, as Sherlock Holmes once said. And when you start playing a musical instrument, you start learning the most basic listening. Okay, that's the right note, that's the wrong note. And then with violin, you get into, okay, that's the right note, but it's out of tune. And then you get into, okay, that's the right rhythm, but it's not precise. And then you get into, okay, fine, the notes, the rhythm are fine. But now, what else do you hear? What else do you notice? And developing that skill by yourself is very difficult, in the same way that me hearing my own voice right now is very difficult. I don't hear my own voice. If I do this, I might hear my own voice. If I hear this playback, I might hear my own voice. But playing in a chamber group, you are forced to listen not only to you, but to listen and react in real time to other lines. You're forced to speak music. So any excuse, any opportunity to do that is incredibly welcome. And again, hats off to John and to your studio for putting an ensemble like this together. I think the selection of pieces is really praiseworthy. Schindler's List is always, you know, hugely effective. I think if it's not written for violin, it's written for cello. And I'm sure John...
But both would be written with a piano accompaniment. You got to admit that.
Yeah, but you know, I could hear it in so many different ways.
That's true.
The beauty of where John Williams doesn't just borrow from, you know, the greats, where he is a titan, really, is to get the real flavor of a thing and then to turn that into sound. The flavor of this could be choir with a soloist. It could be violin with orchestra, string or you know, full. It could be violin and piano. It could be you could do it on piano, but it does seem to need something a little bit more organic than the piano's cleanliness, you know. But I was especially tickled to see the Schindler's List follow the Vivaldi.
That's right.
So also compliments on the choice of program. I think these pieces actually surprisingly work rather well together. You know.
I agree completely, yeah. They work really well together. They bridge across the centuries, but they live in the same realm of very organic and very emotional and very accessible music.
Absolutely.
James, to you?
Yeah, I mean, I have very little to say. I mean, I think most of it was said. I mean, it's just, it's really neat to see an ensemble like this, because we don't have a whole lot of them, you know, especially kids either. I mean, it's you know, I mean, it's just, it's a lot of work to, you know, not only go to your lessons and practice, but then to find a time when everyone's available to have regular rehearsals and put a whole program together with you know, at this level too. And I mean, you know, most of our audience here doesn't really see much of behind the scenes. I mean, but when you know, the initial audition video came in, they like started at this point because there was already a half an hour's worth of music on there that they all did. Like it was a full program there, and you know, it's all well done and
also praise.
Yeah.
Presumably, this is Professor Kaboff's arrangements, but you know, finding pieces is difficult enough. Then you're going to set yourself a task of arranging it so that you have, you know, disparate voices within the cello's range. I did an arrangement, I think last year or the year before, Earl Kenny, and I did it for 5 violins. And I ran into the problem of, I mean, unless you have somebody playing up here in their nostrils, how do you make the violins not do this? Like James was saying much earlier about the piano duo, with the hands running into one another, the same sort of thing happens in terms of register. So when you have 2 of the same instrument, that's got to be an issue for the arranger, who in this case I believe is the professor. The solution to which puzzle is something worth praising.
Absolutely. And then, of course, the rehearsing. This is not the kind of level of playing which can just be thrown together with 3-4 rehearsals. This is clearly a result of deliberate and very consistent practicing. And I'd like to praise the students of this group who
And the parents.
dedicate, and the parents,
The
and
parents,
the
yes.
teacher. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an incredible accomplishment of being able to merge everyone together, and it's like in a camera, you get out of focus with just 2 people, and with a large group of rising wonderful students, but they're still students with not as much experience yet. This is a tremendous experience they're learning from this ensemble playing and from doing it regularly. Bravo. Wonderful ensemble.
Great.
Okay, well, this concludes our part with Emil Chudnovsky. But before I let you go, I know you're already looking behind. You have family there, and they probably said, "Well, you said it's going to be an hour, and it's 3 hours later."
The kids are asleep, believe it or not.
Oh, wow, that's wonderful. Then we can keep you a little bit longer here. I would like to, for you to share with our audience and with me, with everyone, what's coming up in your concerts. I know you have some upcoming events, and please tell us what they are and what's going to happen.
There's a few that are sort of, local, so I thought it would be nice to sort of get the word out. On October the 16th, I am playing in McLean with members of the Virginia Chamber Orchestra and a wonderful soprano. Let me call up the details on my phone so that I'm not blathering. Let's see, where are we? On my page.
October 16th,
So
McLean, Virginia.
October 16th is at, excuse me,
And this is an in-person concert. Is it going to be
This is
also available online in any shape or
I
form?
don't know if it's available online. I do know that it is in person. This is a different thing. I don't know where. Okay, I will attempt to do
I
my
cut
best.
you off guard. Sorry about that.
No.
But we
I
would like
put
to
my-
know where
it's
you're
in my
performing.
calendar, but I was looking for the actual poster, which, you know what? I am very silly indeed, because the poster is standing here in my music stand.
Oh, okay. Show it to us through the camera.
That's precisely what I will do. So October the 16th, the concert is in support of Ukraine. All proceeds, we do ask for donations. All proceeds go for medical supplies. Like I said, the performers, I thought it was here, but it is not. The performers are members of the Virginia Chamber Orchestra.
What's on the program?
I know my part of the program. I will be playing the Saint-Saëns Introduction in Rondo, Wieniawski Polonaise in D major, and the Milstein arrangement of the Chopin Nocturne Opus Posthumus in C sharp minor. And then the concert will, of course,
This one,
include-
right? Okay, that's a great program.
and so on and so forth. I thought I had the flyer here, and we were going to show it.
You know what's better than a little preview which you just gave us on the violin? Forget the flyer. Tell us about the next concert.
So the location, it is in the afternoon. It is at the McLean Baptist Church. And like I said, it is free admission, but donations are sought at the door. And all donations, all proceeds are going for medical supplies for Ukraine. The next thing after that is on the 23rd. This is a very new thing. We're talking about all these original groupings. A high school friend of mine from high school, asked me to do a benefit concert with his friend, soprano Adina Thomas. It is a program of violin and soprano and piano in various combinations. So she will be performing a set of Strauss works, some Lehar, some Bernstein. She and I will actually do some vocal violin mashups, the Flower Duet from Lakme, the presentation of the Rose Duet from Rosenkavalier, a special arrangement of Libiamo from Traviata that I had done for violin, voice, and piano some years ago. And then my longtime collaborator, Michael Shepard, and I will play two little ditties, the Strauss Violin Piano Sonata.
Oh, the little ditty. That's a monster.
It is a monstrous piece. We'll play that, and we'll play the Golden Cockerel, the arrangement by Ephraim Zimbalist.
Oh my gosh, that's another monster.
It's a gorgeous piece. I don't know why it's not done more often, except for, of course, the fact that it's a beast.
Well, it's like an Everest. Why don't you go to Everest more often?
Sure.
Just try climbing it.
Yeah. Why not?
On a weekend.
The fresh
Every
air
weekend.
good.
Yeah.
And finally,
Wonderful.
one other local thing with pianist Ernie Beretta up in Baltimore. Let me see. I don't have his church's name, but on the 30th, if you Google Beer, Brats, and Beethoven,
Ooh.
again, it's a benefit for his church. The occasion being basically Oktoberfest. He and I will do Beethoven 6. We will do Brahms 3. We'll do a Bach accompanied sonata, and there will be beer. And there will be brats.
Wonderful. Thank you, Emil, for sharing with us. This is a very packed, busy schedule for the October upcoming weeks. And thank you so much for joining us for this broadcast and sharing your expertise and your warmth and light humor. We love it. We love to have you back on our programs.
Anytime. Thank you.
And now you are on air. I'm going to get a promise from you that you're coming to judge again.
With pleasure.
Wonderful. That's it. I'm going to hold you to
I'm
your word. You're on record. Okay. Thanks a lot. We'll let you go to your family. And we'll see you again soon again.
Until then.
Until then. And now I would like to invite on our virtual stage we're very honored to have a judge join us for the last group, the vocal ensemble group. Please welcome Dr. Benjamin Hansen. Welcome, Benjamin. It's a great pleasure to meet you and to have you join our program.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here.
Let me just introduce you really quickly, and I hope we can run more detailed information and your biography on screen while I'm introducing you. So you're founder and the artistic director of Helios Ensemble, and you're also the interim choir director of Tucson Symphony Orchestra Chorus. Director of Music at Catalina United Methodist Church. You studied with many very well-known conductors. You conducted numerous choral works, including such mammoth works as Bach Mass in B minor, Orff's Carmina Burana, and scores of many other works. And I would like to encourage our viewers and everyone who's joining our program just now to please go to soundespressivo.com website and go to the tab with judges, find Dr. Benjamin Hansen biography there, because I didn't save in the 1% of what you've accomplished. There is no way. And thank you for joining us, and at this very late hour to give us comments on the Musica Vitale, the large ensemble division. Now, I would like to also welcome back pianist and conductor James Welch, who had been with us through this entire audition process. Thank you, James, so much. And
Thank
again,
you.
who my goodness, you're a marathon judge.
Yeah, well, we can do this without each other here. I mean, this is great. And I mean, it's yin and yang we have going on here.
Absolutely.
This is great.
And for those who are just joining us, I can see that the numbers of our concurrent viewers are going up. I would like to just quickly recap. James Welch is a pianist and a conductor. He's joining us from upstate New York, and he's a winner of numerous competitions, an educator, and a collaborative pianist also, and he works with opera staging and with the Broadway shows. A very versatile musician. He is also an entrepreneur. His company, Progressive Musicians, has presented numerous concerts at various venues and in the Carnegie Hall. So we're collaborating together for this Carnegie Weill Recital Hall Gala on November 21st. Okay. Can't wait. Yeah. Well, we have to go get through the auditions. 70 plus musicians applied.
Yeah. Just over 60 performances we will have heard after this next one.
And this is our last performance by this wonderful group from California, Musica Vitali. Are we ready to hear?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm
ready, Ben?
I'm ready.
All right.
All right.
You're here. Let's do this.
Yeah, let's do this. Dear Musica Vitali, welcome on the virtual stage. It's all yours.
Oh, they tell me of a home far beyond the skies. They tell me of a home far away. And they tell me of a home where no storm clouds rise. Oh, they tell me of an unclouded day. Oh, the
What an incredibly effective performance. Wonderful. Thank you very much for applying for those auditions. Now to the judges.
Yes, it was very good, both of the selections. There was kind of a balance and a core tone that they managed for both selections. What kind of choir is this, by the way?
James?
Chamber choir, professional choir.
Okay, good. I didn't know if it was from a community or if it was what kind of background it was, but it did seem like there were certain kinds of voices that were bigger than others, and in the men's sections, there were a few younger sounding voices. I noticed different ages, so that's always a challenge when you're building a sound of a choir to bring the disparate voices into a central core, and so one might consider maybe making the tenor section a little bit deeper in tone. There were some very fabulous alto and soprano voices, and they all kept the core of the tone, as I said, nice and tall, which can always be hard. The intonation was very good. The articulation in the first piece was quite good. One thing about both pieces, though, that was interesting is they were both static. The first piece was very up and kept that intensity for a while, and the second piece was definitely down in intensity. And so it was. I would have liked to have seen a piece that changed more so that I could see how they handled that kind of task. But in general, the singing is very high in quality. I'm kind of rambling here, but just off of one listen, I'd love to listen again, but I don't think that's the format here.
Well,
No.
I mean, this live stream is. I mean, YouTube live streams are like the world's DVR. So I mean, these things will be up there forever. You can play it for all of your friends at all your parties.
It's world's DVR. That's true. Yeah, it'll be preserved in the after production, post production for the replays for sure. But for the comments, we would like the immediate comments from you, and yeah, that's what you're giving. So the immediate impression.
Yeah, no,
Not afterthought.
The quality of the sound was very strong and articulate, and they were well rehearsed, and there was lots of expressivity in the second piece, in a different way, obviously, than in the first. And they really created some haunting tones, but then also some very bright, excited sounds. So a nice contrast, and well done overall.
Thank you. Now to you, James.
Oh, me, yeah. Well, I mean, I couldn't agree more with Benjamin here, and that's. I mean, I don't know. I mean, on the East Coast, you don't hear of too many professional vocal ensembles. I mean, we have the Philharmonic Chorus, and like all the community ensembles, and they're all great around here. They do wonderful, but like you don't really hear of like a professional a cappella vocal chamber ensemble around here. I know of a couple of them down in Texas and all that, but like it still seems like a rare thing, and to just hear this this ensemble and what they're doing, I mean, it just is unique to me and wonderful, and I think they've done a great job of putting it together, and I really hope that we can hear much more of them in the future.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, beautiful Musica Vitale, for your wonderful artistry. And it sure sounds like a lot of very detailed work on the part of the choir conductor and the members of this group. My deepest appreciation for the work you've done, for the choice of the pieces, and for the delicate balance and artistry which you presented. Thank you. And I would like to thank our judges for commenting and being with us today. And I'd like to hear just a little bit from both of you what's coming up in your closest performances, or something you would like to share the coming up for in your next, I don't know, in this season.
Sure. Yeah, I just came from rehearsal, so I was a little haggard in getting here, but so that's right on my mind. The Helios Ensemble has a concert on Sunday, November 6th, that will feature the Brahms Requiem, Ein Deutsches Requiem, and Schoenberg's Friede auf Erden. And so we're getting late romantic and the absolute latest romantic choral writing you could possibly imagine. It's a virtuosic work. It's very difficult, but so beautiful. And it takes you through the hell of war, but then the beauty of the hope for the future. And then we have, of course, have Brahms Requiem, which is a big warm blanket for humanity, comforting. And it's not written for prayers for the dead, except that does come up in the final movement, but it's mostly about prayers for the living. And then we have lots of other things that we have planned. And you can find tickets at heliosensemble.org. And then the Tucson Symphony Orchestra Chorus has Handel's Messiah coming up in December, the second week of December. And Jose Gomez, Maestro Gomez, will be leading us. And we just had a great meeting about every little nook and cranny of that piece. So I'm sure that will be exciting to come here. And then in the spring, Helios has Poulenc and jazz. We're mixing lots of interesting things, the jazz sounds of Poulenc with the jazz sounds of jazz. And so I've always wanted to do that. And so we have an exciting year, and I hope people can check us out. I post videos online, so anybody in the world obviously can see, and go check our website out where you can see some of our greatest hits from Bach's B minor Mass to British favorites and more.
And the website is posted on screen. You can click on it and go to it directly if you're watching right now and would like to check out the Helios Ensemble, or save it in your browser and check it out later. Thank you, Ben, very much for sharing this exciting prospects of the season. This is wonderful. We're all coming back on stages from this pandemic, and now adding virtual stages and all this broadcasting to our tools, right? James, you have an exciting season coming up. Share with us what you're up to.
Before I just mentioned that, it's funny you mentioned Poulenc and jazz. A lot of people don't know. It's become a jazz standard. The song "My Man," I think it's from Funny Girl, and it's more of like the jazz lounge standard now. But a lot of people don't know that Poulenc wrote that song.
I did not know that.
And it was translated from French to English, which is why the lyrics don't fit the rhythm at all. But it's just become so popular. I think it's Funny Girl that it's from. But I mean, it's been a while. But I mean, as soon as you said Poulenc and jazz, I was like, I wonder if they're gonna do My Man. Yeah, but, yeah. I mean, but that sounds so neat. And yeah, I
Your
wish you
news,
the best
James.
of luck with that. Yeah, my news. Okay, in a couple of weeks, I have a production of La Boheme coming up at the Niagara Arts Cultural Center in Niagara Falls, New York. And it'll be the first opera that the Cultural Center has ever produced.
Oh, congratulations. Wonderful.
Yeah, it's going to be wonderful. We had a great cast. We've been rehearsing all weekend around these productions. So, yeah, literally after the first, after this morning's session, I went to that rehearsal for 4 hours, and then I came back, and so I'm about ready to pass out. I mean, Anna, I bet you are too. I mean, you've been working around the clock with this too, and
yes,
and our crew and everyone. I mean, but that's the big thing, and then of course Carnegie Hall in November. And and we have Cold Orchestra is going on currently, and the deadline to apply for that is November 1st, and we're doing online auditions at the beginning of December, and then
they're just rolling.
We're rolling, and we have some things planned in the spring for this collaboration, and which.
Well, it'll be announced soon.
Yeah, you're going to have to wait on that. It's going to be really neat, but we can't say anything quite yet.
It's not ready for press release yet.
No.
So you'll have to subscribe to our channel, get notification when we are again live, and find out that way.
Yeah. But if you want to participate in this event, just make sure you're free around the end of June. I'll just say that.
Yes, that's all we can do for the moment. And, we're all about to pass out, including probably our audience. So I want to, again, thank you both very much. And I want to thank all the judges who were with us through this 3 long sessions of auditioning many, many wonderful musicians who applied for the Carnegie Hall Gala to participate in this concert, which is going to showcase ensembles, individual players, soloists, and concerti with the New York Chamber Players Orchestra on November 21st. I also want to thank very much our incredible crew, the magicians behind the scenes of this production. Yes. You saved us many times. You found immediate solutions to many different technical tasks and challenges, and it looked at times like things are happening by magic, but we know for sure they're happening by human magic. Thank you, Virtual Concert Hall's team of incredible musicians / internet TV producers. These are artists, performers, instrumentalists, musicians who learned this additional art, additional skill during the pandemic. They became videographers and broadcast producers. They didn't stop being great musicians, which, as I saw in the chat, helps a lot. We had quite a few polyphonic moments in here going on, and they chatted to us, well, if you play Bach fugues on violin or piano all your life, this is doable. So thank you guys for being with us, for producing this show, and I want to thank all participants for applying, for loving the music, for dedicating your time, effort, and talents to this beautiful art, to this wonderful language of love and beauty. And with this, we're ready to say goodbye to everyone. I will be announcing the results of these auditions, and there will be a second tier of auditions. Please visit our websites for announcements. And for now, we'll say good night.